of our participants that they'll be joining us shortly. But I would like to take this opportunity to extend a very warm welcome to all of you to Safeguarding Rights in the Digital Age, a consultation on technology facilitated gender-based violence in India. Thank you for joining us today, and thank you for making the time for one of the most defining rights and safety challenges in today's digital age. We're convening this conversation today because TFGBV is not an online harm in the abstract. It has real-world consequences. It limits voice, limits participation, movement, access to services, learning, livelihoods, and leadership. We know it disproportionately impacts women, girls, and individuals from marginalized communities, and further amplifies risk for those who are already facing structural exclusion across caste, disability, sexual and gender identity, language, geography, and socioeconomic status. For UNFPA, this agenda is central to our mandate. We work to advance gender equality, bodily autonomy, and fundamental human rights so that people, especially women, young people, and marginalized groups, can make informed choices and lead lives free of violence. Today's consultation is also particularly significant because it takes place within the global momentum of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. And this year's call to action, Unite to End Violence Online. This framing is very important. It reminds us that we must unite and the solution does not lie with any individual player alone. And we need to come together for concerted, coordinated action. I'd just like to outline a few quick housekeeping rules before we formally begin. We request you to please keep your phones on silent while in the room, and you're welcome to step out if you need to take a pause at any time. Given the nature of today's conversation, we encourage respectful, survivor-centered language, and we hope everyone will assume good faith while disagreeing constructively. Chatham House rules will apply for the discussion today, and we request participants to avoid attributing personal examples outside of this room unless explicit consent is present. To formally open today's consultation, it is my privilege to invite Ms. Andrea Warner, representative of UNFPA India and country director, UNFPA Bhutan. In a career spanning 4 decades, Ms. Warner has been at the forefront of programs that have focused at the rights and health of women and girls and giving a voice to youth and adolescents. The power of data being her core guiding principle, she is passionate about using evidence-based results to conduct public advocacy and high-level dialogue to influence decision makers on the importance of gender equality for sustainable development. Andrea will set the tone for today, why this convening matters, why UNFPA is committed to strengthening programming around it, and what we hope to collectively achieve. Andrea, if we can please have you here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Namaste. I feel really privileged to be able to address this group on this really pivotal topic on safeguarding rights in the digital age. When I look at the agenda and I look at the speakers and I look at the people in this room, we have some of the brightest minds together to address this critical imperative. And I find that very exciting because I know that there'll be a lot of learning and sharing. I want to offer a sincere and heartfelt thank also to all of the distinguished voices that are gathered here today and online, particularly our partners from the Melbourne School of Population and Global Health at the University of Melbourne, and representatives of all of the tech companies, civil society, and academia. Your collective expertise is really the bedrock of this consultation, and as we confront the rising digital, what I call epidemic of technology-facilitated gender-based violence. I think we know that the situation has grown to a critical proportion. We see the risks, but now we're at a crossroads. And while digital technology has been a magnificent force for access and for democracy, it has also paradoxically also opened up a terrifying new frontier for harm. And we at UNFPA are clear. Technology-facilitated gender-based violence isn't just a digital issue. It's a human rights crisis. It weaponizes the very tools of connectivity through surveillance, image-based abuse, to sophisticated harassment and the insidious spread of disinformation and deep fakes to amplify coercive control and really violate fundamental human freedoms. To combat this crisis, we look to where India has demonstrated unique leadership. So I think it's also very exciting to be in India at this time with regard to this issue. We've seen remarkable success in deploying digital public infrastructure, really at scale, with the government of India's India AI mission, which is centered on innovation with inclusion and responsibility. And it provides the ideal foundation to architect effective solutions. The recent release of the Digital Personal Protection Act, rules in 2025, and the new AI governance guidelines with their sharp focus on deepfake detection and robust guardrails underscore the Indian government's commitment to ensuring that technology works for the people and never against them. As we mark the global campaign of the 16 days of activism under the banner, Unite to End Digital Violence Against All Women and Girls, we have to confront a harsh reality. It's women and adolescent girls who face the most fierce tides of digital aggression. This isn't just about trolling. It has escalated into cyber stalking, non-consensual, explicit image sharing, and sophisticated AI-driven manipulation like deep fakes. As I said, we're at a crossroads. The scale of this targeted abuse isn't just anecdotal, although I'm sure we all have stories to tell about it. It's documented and undeniable and widespread. United Nations estimates say that 95% of aggression, harassment, abusive language, and denigrating content is directed at women. And globally, 58% of young women and girls report having experienced online harassment on social media. This is a crisis. The crisis is also that digital violence doesn't just stay on the screen, and it isn't just a virtual phenomenon. It bleeds into reality. It bleeds into real lives. It exacts a very heavy toll on women's mental health. And then it ends up curbing their physical movement and stifles their ambition to speak, study, and work. Ultimately, this toxicity creates a chilling effect that can force women out of digital spaces entirely, shrinking their world and severely impacting their participation in daily life. With women constituting nearly 43% of STEM graduates, one of the highest rates globally, India stands again at a defining crossroads. The choice before us is clear. We can harness this immense pool of talent to drive India's digital future, or we can risk squandering this remarkable progress by allowing tech-facilitated GBV to force women out of the digital space. Unleashing the creativity, enterprise, and leadership of millions of women and girls is not merely an option. It's the cornerstone for India's growth story. You know, I make so many speeches about women and girls development, about India's economic growth, about Viksit Bharat and the vision that India has for itself as it transverses this demographic transition from the world's largest nation with the world's largest youth population, but also one with very low female labor force participation. This is just another example of one of the huge obstacles that will impede India's achievement of that vision. Without the free and full participation of women in the digital space, it will not be achievable. Viksit Bharat will not become the reality that we all wish to see. For India's digital economy and AI leadership to be truly inclusive, women and girls can't be just the users of technology. They have the capacity, and we know that they can become creators, coders, founders, regulators, and leaders. And we've seen already that they do extremely well when given that free opportunity. So as India prepares for the 4th India AI Summit next February, we're confident that the agenda will be driven by a vision to harness technology to serve humanity equitably. And we believe that the government of India is uniquely positioned to lead this charge, championing inclusive growth and ensuring that the digital future is free from bias, discrimination, and inequity. At UNFPA, our vision is clear: total elimination of tech-facilitated gender-based violence. You might know our 3 zeros: 0 preventable maternal mortality, 0 unmet need for family planning, and 0 gender-based violence. Well, this is part of that third 0: 0 tech-facilitated gender-based violence. We cannot tolerate in any way, shape, or form. To achieve this, we've launched a program globally called Making All Spaces Safe. And furthermore, to turn this policy into practice, we've developed a comprehensive tech-facilitated GBV programming framework that equips governments, regulators, platforms, and civil society with robust, evidence-based strategies to prevent abuse and ensure a swift response. So I really hope that today, to complement that vision, we hope to complement that vision today by bringing into the room the lived experiences of women and girls facing digital abuse and the lessons they present to us, the real-life cases. The expertise of feminist organizations and researchers for protecting women and girls online, and quite as importantly, the tech companies to demonstrate that safety by design and gender-responsive AI are central to their own strategy and business success. So recognizing that a secure digital architecture demands a unified front, I reiterate that UNFPA stands ready to collaborate with MIT, with the Ministry of Women, Child and Development, as well as at state level government and committed industry partners. Together, we have to ensure that every layer of India's digital and AI stack, whether it's data to algorithms to user interfaces, is engineered for gender equality and fortified against technology-facilitated gender-based violence. So I would like to end again by thanking all of you and for bringing your expertise, for bringing your influence, and bringing your openness and curiosity to finding solutions to this crisis that's upon us. I'm eager to listen to all of you. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, Andrea, for grounding us in the urgency and the opportunity of this moment. We truly appreciate your leadership and your call to collective action. To frame today's structure and the outcomes that we are collectively working towards, I'd now like to invite Professor Kathy Vaughan, Director of the Nossal Institute for Global Health, Melbourne School of Population and Global Health at the University of Melbourne. Professor Vaughan is a researcher and a practitioner and has worked in diverse settings in Asia, the Pacific, with a particular focus on populations that have been experiencing health inequalities for over 25 years. Her current research focuses on the impact of these intersecting identities on health, and in particular, on the ways these inequalities shape experiences of gender-based violence and the effectiveness of violence prevention and response initiatives. Today, Professor Kathy will walk us through the agenda and the intended outputs of this consultation. Over to you, Kathy.
Namaste and good morning to everyone. Now, just let's see if the technology works. This could be an interesting example of tech fail on my part. Dilip is coming. Oh no. Okay. Dilip will come to the rescue, which he looks like he's doing. Thank you very much. Apologies for not having been here and able to test the slides this morning. I had one of those parental crises that you have when you're traveling for work with a teenager going up meetings. Yeah. Thanks, Dilip. The teenager bringing up with urgent requirements, and I had to wait till her dad got home before I could leave. So I apologise for not having been able to test the slides. It's a lovely occasion to be here with you all, though it's not a lovely topic. And I think that Andrea did a really good job of summing up why we're all here. The University of Melbourne, in particular, the Nossal Institute for Global Health and the Faculty of Medicine, Dentistry and Health Sciences have been working in partnership with UNFPA's Asia Pacific Regional Office. Thank you. The Regional Office on Violence Against Women. Sorry, it doesn't all quite fit, does it? That's all right. It's fine. I can hold on. Nice. Just click on the lecture, keeps knocking out and connect us. So apologies, everyone. We've been working in partnership with the Regional Office of UNFPA for at least the last 80 years on gender-based violence. And that's largely been through the No Data Initiative, which is a regional-wide initiative across Asia and Pacific to increase capacity for measurement of violence against women, in particular through national prevalence surveys, but also for conducting safe and ethical research on violence against women. So we do that through a range of strategies. We provide direct technical assistance to countries that are conducting research on violence against women and running national prevalence surveys. But we also run the NOVOR Data course, which is a 4-week training program for largely practitioners, people from national statistics offices, people from women's machineries of countries across Asia and the Pacific, but also globally, because we do offer it online, around research on violence against women. And we've had a number of fantastic participants from India, so I'm very grateful for that. Out of the NOVOR Data Initiative, really for at least the last 5 years, our participants, and we've had 350 people go through that program from 65 countries, Over the last 5 years in particular, the participants repeatedly keep raising technology facilitated gender-based violence as a priority for their countries, but are completely at a loss of how to measure technology facilitated violence and also what to do about it. And so tech-facilitated gender-based violence has been an increasing focus of the partnership between UNFPA and the University of Melbourne since that time. In tackling TFGBV, we've had a multi-year, multi-stage program of work. In the first instance, this has involved, thanks to it, it's okay if we don't get them up, I can do in the first instance, this involved trying to look at measurement of technology facilitated gender-based violence, because it's often difficult to argue and advocate to government to fund responses to tech facilitated abuse if they deny that it's a problem, if there's no recognition of the scale of the problem. And so we've worked with UNFPA to develop, first of all, a discussion paper really outlining some of the challenges with the measurement of tech-facilitated gender-based violence. So I know that many of you will be aware that it is a really tricky thing to measure and document, because there are so many forms of technology-facilitated gender-based violence. They're evolving at the speed of light as technology evolves. It's very hard to measure how would you describe incidence or prevalence when, for example, with unwanted sharing of an image, does that count as one incident when it's uploaded the first time? But if it keeps popping up on websites and platforms in perpetuity, is that repeated episodes, or is that just still the same episode? Often women don't know that they've experienced tech-facilitated gender-based violence initially until it's really widespread, because they're not on the platforms where these materials might be being distributed. And they certainly don't know who the perpetrator is. And usually a big focus of tech-facilitated gender-based violence is measuring perpetration. So there's a full range of challenges with measuring tech-facilitated gender-based violence. And there's now a working group, an interagency UN working group, working with the Statistical Commission to develop measures based on what's been trialled in a number of countries, both in this region and primarily in Asia and the Pacific, to a lesser degree in sub-Saharan Africa. So measurement was the first thing we tackled. Then we were trying to understand what the context was in Asia. There's been a lot of research done that's been published in the peer-reviewed literature in high-income countries, and in particularly the Pacific, actually. The Australian government has funded quite a bit of work in the Pacific, but there was very little from Asia. And so we undertook a regional study. There was a qualitative piece of work where we did 12 focus groups online with about 68 participants from 15 countries and territories across the region. And I was sharing with the UNFPA colleagues earlier this week that really we could have just had participants from India. There was so much interest from India, so many fantastic contributions, and a very large number of the participants were from India and the Philippines. They were the two countries that had a lot to say around tech-facilitated gender-based violence. And then finally, we've done 3 in-depth pieces of work in Bangladesh, Indonesia and Vietnam to really look at the context-specific forms of tech-facilitated abuse in different places, because what it looks like is a bit different in different settings. And I think that's really important to highlight in terms of measurement. On the basis of that work and a funding opportunity through the University of Melbourne, and I really would like to acknowledge the Chancellery India program and the Faculty of Medicine, Dentistry and Health Sciences and my own School of Population and Global Health, who've co-funded today's event. The funding opportunities are really around trying to generate new partnerships with Indian civil society organisations, even the Indian government agencies and the private sector, with the university, and in this case with the university and UNFPA, given our long-standing relationship. And so the purpose of today's consultation is to bring together amazing people working on tech-facilitated gender-based violence from across India. Because as a researcher, I'm sick to death of describing the problem. We know the problem, we know it very well. What we know far less about is what to do about it and how to evaluate those and really rigorously research the effectiveness of these interventions. And so really today was about bringing people together from across sectors to try and think through new innovative solutions to prevention and response to gender-based violence. UNFPA have developed a really comprehensive framework for prevention and response to gender-based violence, which I know you'll hear about in a minute, so I won't speak to that in detail. But we've arranged today with panels. We've got 3 panels. Firstly, listening to the experience of organisations and individuals in relation to tech-facilitated gender-based violence. Then looking at what people are doing in response. So we've got a range of people who are active in that field. And then after lunch, with the final session of the day, is going to be focused around trying to prioritise problems or issues that we want to address. That may be around prevention. That could be prevention through raising community and service provider and responders awareness, or it could be prevention in form of safety by design with technology. And I think the potential for that is really untapped, but also looking at response. And so how do we deal? We know this is already happening. We can't just do prevention. We also need to have more effective responses to tech-facilitated violence. So I'm really looking forward to everyone's contributions to that final session. I think that given the strength of, the reason we wanted to do this in India is the strength of the civil society sector, the strength of the women's movement, and in particular the strength of the tech industry here, which is quite different to much of the world. I really do think that there is the potential for globally scalable solutions to be coming from India, and it's from people like you in this room. So I do apologise for the lack of the slides. I can share those with everyone afterwards. It really doesn't have anything in great addition to what I've said, except for some links to documents where you can read about the research we've done in more detail. And also importantly, my contact details, because I want to stay in touch with everyone here afterwards. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kathy, for setting out the pathway from discussion to outputs, and so that today's insights clearly translate into recommendations that we can act on. Technology, of course, is unreliable, and we'll be sure that we share your slides and contact details with all the participants that we have with us today. Kathy made a brief reference to it, but we'd now like to take time to do a bit of a deep dive to discuss UNFPA's programmatic framework and resources at the global, regional, national level that are intended to in some ways set the foundation for today's discussion. We will once again try and test the boundaries of technology to make sure that this deck goes on. Dilip, if you can please help with that. And I invite my colleague Shobna to the dais. Thanks.
Where do you need to switch it to? Okay, 1 second. Where is
Yes,
ठीक है, ready. Yeah, ready?
I guess they want this.
हाँ.
So good morning, everyone. I'm Shobna Boyle, the specialist for gender and human rights with the UNFP India Country Office. And online, we also have our colleague from our Asia Pacific Regional Office, who is the technical specialist for gender and human rights work, Sujata Tuladhar, who will also be participating in this session and will be available to answer any questions that you may have in follow-up. So as my colleague Kalpana shared, this is a bit of a context setting session where we are trying to situate the dialogue that we are having today within the larger work at the global, regional and national level on TFGBV. At UNFPA India and globally, what we've done is we've shifted from treating GBV or TFGBV as an emerging niche concern to recognize it as a very core part of our programming on gender-based violence. And this has also guided the work that we have done in terms of putting together the program framework for addressing TFGBV. Because of the nature of the audience, we have a mix of CSO experts, we have tech experts, industry representatives. So some part of this presentation would be trying to set a common denominator in terms of bringing everyone on the same page. So those who are very familiar with the terms, we ask you to be a little patient with us because you may find some of this very rudimentary. Our attempt is to just ensure that we are beginning from a common understanding. When we try to unpack TFGBV, we have developed this infographic, which is called the 5 Ws of TFGBV: the who, the what, the when, where, and why. So if we try to understand who's most affected, we know that disproportionately women and girls, especially those who are very visible in public life, such as journalists, activists, politicians, as well as LGBTQ plus individuals and other marginalized groups are the most affected. What does it look like? So it's not limited to any one form. We have harassment, hate speech, cyber stalking, image-based abuse, doxing, tech-facilitated sexual abuse, and many more forms that are prevalent and continuously evolving as we speak. When does it occur? So the research shows that it is experienced from a very young age, as early as 9 years, and is also correlated with very high social media use and experienced across one's lifetime. Where does it take place? It can take place anywhere. People are using work emails, political tweets, smart homes, location tracking devices in cars and other devices. And the reason, the most important part, why does it occur? Because one needs to understand that TFGBV is a continuation of what we see in our society of existing unequal gender norms that are reinforced, reproduced in digital spaces. Here, we'd like you to reflect a bit. If you can all use your phones to scan this QR code and go to menti.com, you could also enter the code there and respond to this question. Which form of TFGBV do you hear about the most in your work or in your life? And if everyone's been able to scan, I'll just shift to Menti. We're getting the responses. We'll just try to project it.
From here, which is we have to be connecting monthly project. You know that the last 2% has to be project is
Okay, so as we can see on the screen, just from the audience that is present in the room today, we see such a wide range of TFGBV forms. We are looking at hate speech, doxing, stalking, trolling, harassment, revenge porn, deep fakes, and very many different types. These are forms of GBV that people in the room have either heard, have witnessed, know about. So it just speaks about the extent to which TFGBV is prevalent and also fast expanding. If we go back to the presentation. So the different forms here, I'm not going to read about the definition of each form, but it's there available and you can refer to it later when we share the slides. The other aspect of TFGBV that is important to understand is the continuum of TFGBV between online and offline spaces. So a perpetrator could connect with a person online and appear in real life to cause harm. The vice versa can also happen. Someone who's connected online and then or connected in real life and then uses stalking surveillance devices to control, exert authority over another person. So this aspect is very unique to TFGBV. The harm does not remain limited to any one space. It can quickly proliferate. The impact, therefore, needs to be understood that much more. The public nature of the impact, the pervasive nature, the perpetual and easily propagated nature of TFGBV, and the way it connects to physical violence and the impact that it has on the survivor. And therefore, as responders or as actors who are working in the GBV space, one needs to understand that the solution cannot be limited to a tech solution alone. So it will not go away only by changing passwords or having better regulation on communities. To be able to understand the entire bandwidth of the impact that a survivor may experience, one needs to understand that they could be experiencing physical, they could be experiencing psychosocial harm as a result of their experience of TFGBV, and therefore all the actors need to be activated. And this is the reason why TFGBV needs to be integrated within the entire programming on gender-based violence. Here we look at some of the perceptions, the common perceptions around perpetrators. And I'd like some audience reaction on this. Perpetrators are always tech experts. A show of hands, if you agree with this. I see none of us in the room agree with this, which is true. Everyday technology is very easy to use for TFGBV, so you don't need to be an expert to be perpetrating TFGBV. Perpetrators are usually strangers. Anyone who agrees with this? Again, so many kinds of TFGBV may be committed by people you know, partners, family members, bosses and teachers, and other people in the survivor's daily life. It may be conducted anonymously, but the person may be known to the survivor. Perpetrators of TFGBV are usually one person. Any thoughts on this? The fact is that while individuals can be perpetrators, groups of people online, criminal networks, security forces, non-state armed groups, and secondary perpetrators, that is, the people who share or reproduce, do not actually directly cause, but indirectly contribute to the perpetration of TFGBV, may end up amplifying the impact of TFGBV. And finally, anyone can tell who a perpetrator is. Do we agree with this?
No.
So perpetrators can be trusted community members. They may seem friendly in person, but they may behave violently online or behind closed doors. So as we saw, the perpetrators could be anyone. It could be individuals, it could be groups, it could be those who are engaged in financial fraud, financial crimes. Sometimes it could also be state actors. Some of the characteristics of a TFGBV that makes it very unique and therefore needs a different kind of understanding. Anonymity. It can be perpetrated without the person knowing who's doing it, although the person may be related or may know the perpetrator otherwise. It is very accessible and affordable to perpetrate through technology. It can be perpetrated at a distance. It can be automated. It can be done collectively. There's a lot of normalization of violence because the scale at which it occurs in online spaces also tends to bring in a certain tolerance and normalization of violence. It can be conducted with impunity and it can remain there for perpetuity because online spaces allow for that form of GBV to continue if it is not managed at an early date. We'll speak a little about what are some global trends around the experience and perpetration of TFGBV. We are seeing that as technology is evolving, perpetrators are increasingly adjusting and adapting and also quickly uptaking different platforms where survivors are connecting, engaging to learn the unique features of each platform. The behaviors that one sees offline are reflected online. So there is rise in misogynistic ideology and content, and the whole reference to manosphere that normalizes TFGBV, and we'll hear more about it during the panel discussions later today. The next aspect is that TFGBV often doesn't happen on just one platform, but spans across multiple, making it very challenging for survivors to address or for one to be able to regulate it across different platforms. There is this assumption also that TFGBV requires high-tech sophistication to perpetrate, such as spyware or surveillance tools, when in reality, the fact is that most incidents rely on low-tech actions, like texting, use of camera phones, etc. There's also the fact that perpetrators learn about new technology and incorporate it into what is referred to as their toolkit. So they may use existing non-consensual images of survivors to generate deepfakes, which is a growing concern both in Asia and India. And then there is the fact about the impact of TFGBV on young people. We saw that as early as 9 years, young people have spoken about the experience and exposure to TFGBV. There is study from UNFPA, UNICEF, and Save the Children that was released this year about TFGBV among young people, which showed that both girls and boys are equally affected. Girls are more likely to be exploited by partners when we're looking at the whole issue of sexual extortion, while boys are most likely to experience sexual extortion from strangers. From the global, we'll come to the regional. UNFPA supported this qualitative research on TFGBV in partnership with the University of Melbourne, which covered 14 Asian countries, and there was extensive focus group discussions that were conducted with representatives from these 14 Asian countries, including India. And some of the findings were that participants in the study reported that women and girls and LGBTQ plus individuals were the primary victims across all country contexts. And they also described TFGBV as being mainly perpetrated by men and boys. Individuals were experiencing various forms of TFGBV in 6 main categories. This included image-based abuse, sexualized tech-facilitated harassment, tech-facilitated stalking, doxing, impersonation and deception, and online child sexual exploitation. Participants in the study also reported witnessing and experiencing technologically sophisticated acts such as instances of deepfake image-based sexual abuse, as well as behaviors that involve more basic technologies. And what is it all resulting in? It is resulting in more self-censorship in the region, with individuals, especially women and girls, adopting various strategies, including posting less, and also restricting their presence online. Here are some excerpts and quotes from the study. The first one is from a CSO representative in India, where they are speaking about the fact that, see, you don't need to use very technologically sophisticated devices. There was the experience shared about girls going to a shop to recharge their phones and how the shopkeeper was distributing the phone numbers and selling the phone numbers so that men and boys would be able to reach the girls. The next experience was from Taiwan, where the CSO representative speaks about the experience for the LGBTQ plus and queer community, and says that higher cases, higher experience is reported from the LGBTQ plus community because they use the internet more, and they use also dating apps more to be able to socialize. Because they have more control and more authority, and because in the physical world, they may not have revealed their preferences or their identities. So the risk and the exposure that is very specific to the community is an important insight that was developed as a result of this study. The framework for TFGBV that we have been speaking about that has been developed by UNFPA in partnership with the Australian Safety Commission is something that we would like to keep referring to during our consultation today. The reason the framework was developed was to design some coherent responses in TFGBV programming. It is based on a review of global evidence and practices, and is meant to serve as a practical tool, not only for practitioners, but also for governments and donors and service providers who are engaged in GBV response. The framework rests on a foundation of GBV principles, staff well-being, and coordination and partnerships, as you can see on the screen. A cross-cutting layer of data and research helps us learn, or referring to the framework, about what is working and to adjust the programs accordingly. And the way we can apply this framework in India is to see how we integrate TFGBV within our programming on gender-based violence in a more structured manner. So with this discussion, I'll pause here now. We'll shift a bit now to look at what does good and effective programming for TFGBV look like. And for that, I'll invite Kalpana to please come back.
Thanks, Shobna. Picking up from where she left off, this is another critical resource that we wanted to share with the group today in terms of very practical and usable guidance that has been developed on what safe and ethical use of technology may look like. We'll go into some key concepts here. We don't have a lot of time to do a deep dive, but we hope that this overview will encourage many of you to look at the resource and explore the multiple ways in which you can utilize it. So before we start thinking about what good technology looks like, it is very critical for us to have at the back of our minds a framework of risk. When we're thinking of technology, what are the ways in which risk or harm can manifest? And as you would see, this risk exists pretty much at every level of the socio-ecological model. So for many of us and how we do our programming, this is a framework that informs all of our intervention. So it's important to bear in mind that risk then also sits at each level of this model. So when we're thinking of individuals in terms of survivors themselves, those that may be assisting survivors in responding to instances of TFGBV, their advocates, any affiliates, any staff that is sort of coming together to support this individual, we see harms that can range across a very broad range. TFGBV in the online space, various forms of GBV in the offline space, and in its most extreme manifestation, we've also seen this continuum resulting in loss of life. Then when we look at the community level, here we are seeing reputational risks that take center stage. And when there is no response, there is a decreased confidence or an absolute loss that people have in reposing faith in service delivery, response mechanisms. So it's very important for all response players to come together and mount an effective response. Another larger level, the more we see such instances becoming rampant, we see gender inequality getting amplified. So it's very important for us to think of the fact that these risks and harms perpetrate each of these levels. And with that backdrop, let's think about what are some more specific harms that poorly designed technology can propagate. In the interest of time, I won't go into all of these. We've discussed some of these. Most of you here have shared that you've actually been seeing these practices manifested as part of your work. But again, just to bear in mind that anytime we're thinking of technology, while we're all very cognizant of the several advantages that technology brings in terms of how we can increase access to services, the role that it may play in shifting norms to the more positive side, the role it can play in placing information in the hands of the users themselves, all those advantages must also then be informed by concurrent risks that may play out, which is why safety from the point of design of technology itself becomes extremely critical. So what are these principles that we must bear in mind when we are designing technology to make sure that it's both safe and ethical? On the left, you'll see there are core principles that inform all of our programming on gender-based violence, be it in the physical space, be it in the online space. Principles that ensure you're not doing any harm through your interventions. All your interventions are survivor-centered, placing the survivor at the center. They involve informed consent, they are transparent, they're participatory, very critical to ensure that the ultimate impacted user, their perspective is taken into account while designing these interventions. They are rights-based and, of course, with the aim of advancing gender equality. Now, when we think of technology, we layer these principles and add data-specific principles that must inform the safety of these interventions. We'll be going into detailed discussions about many of these in the course of the day today. But just to give you a snapshot, safety by design in terms of how safety cannot be an afterthought. It is something that has to be woven into the design of the technology from the start go itself. Purpose limitation. What are you collecting data for? What are you using it for? And we'll also see many of these are now increasingly getting regulated as well by the Indian legal framework too, in terms of minimizing what kind of data is being collected, ensuring that it is only used for the purpose that it is collected, so on and so forth. Proper use of data, being fair, informed consent, transparency, ownership, accuracy and data quality, security, accountability, and an unconditional service that must remain available to the end user in the event the technology is found to perpetrate any kind of harm and abuse. So we must look at both of these buckets of principles together when we are thinking of using technology to prevent or respond to TFGBV. Now, this design is key to mitigating TFGBV, and these are the three key pillars that we are looking at: safety, privacy, and security. And it's critical to sort of represent them this way because think of it as the stool in the center, and these three are pillars to the stool. If any one is not in place, the stool cannot retain stability. So we need to make sure that each of these principles, so embedding privacy holding that paramount into the design specifications of technology becomes paramount. Establishing user safety at the center of product development, recognizing what are these harms that could present to ultimate users, and making sure enough safeguards are in place to mitigate them. And then design controls to prevent any kind of misuse of an application by malicious parties. Here, I also want to highlight, as Shobna mentioned, not all instances of TFGBV are perpetrated by malicious actors. Often they are a result of unintended action, just poor safety protocols that are in place. So the intent is never to harm, but the outcome then very much is harm that is perpetrated to the end user. So we must make sure that our safety as well as our security protocols are absolutely robust and waterproof. So what are some of these considerations and steps? More practically, what do these principles look like? What we are often seeing is there are technology players, and then there are gender-based violence and harmful practices players. While this field is evolving rapidly, the two sets of practitioners don't get to come together that often to be able to design technology interventions. It is almost understood as their respective roles being culled out, them performing those roles, and then the end product somehow coming together. What we are attempting to do through this rather detailed 17 step, I know it looks daunting, but this is the ideation and the process flow that informs technologies, how they are developed, is to map out how both actors need to play a key role at each stage, and how at different stages, different actors need to perhaps take center stage. So you'll see the purple ones are your GBV gender rights players. The ones in the orange are your technology players. And these steps are divided across three critical points: the scoping and the feasibility, which is when you're building the foundation for the technology. And it is at this point in time that the risk-benefit analysis, what are possible harms, what is the lifetime cost, both players need to come together to do that analysis at the scoping or the feasibility stage itself. Then you come to the product design. What are you designing the product for? Who is the end user? What is the purpose it is intended to serve? What are the data points that you're looking to collect? What are the processes and mechanisms through which this data will be collected, used, and other considerations around budget, how consent is recorded and mapped, and the technology framework on which this platform will be built. And then we come to the implementation bit. So for each of these, it's very critical for both players to come together while ensuring that these fundamental considerations that need to inform all three stages and all steps by bringing both the players together are upheld. So do no harm, ensure there is user integration and participation, ensure it is usable and accessible. And by looking at each of these considerations, think of the intersections that are most likely to perpetuate inequality. What are your mechanisms to safeguard and manage risks that present themselves that you've assessed at the very first stage? Analyzing data, how are you doing it? How are you collecting it? What are your safety protocols? And consent being paramount. So these considerations must inform each stage of the design process, with both gender and rights actors as well as technology actors being around the table. I won't go into a lot of detail, but this is just to let you know that each of those 17 steps have been broken down in significant detail with very practical guidelines in terms of what are the considerations that should inform each step of the process, from your scoping feasibility to design to implementation to the lifetime support that must be available to users. Those who are interested in using this, I do encourage you to go to the resource and just pick this up as more practical checklists that you can utilize while developing technology. And the second infographic that I'd like to highlight here is, again, some do's and don'ts. What can you do to make sure that your safety security protocols, your consent protocols are strengthened? And what can you do to make sure or avoid to make sure that you're not perpetrating harm? So again, this is intended to serve as very practical guidance and something that can be used by both GBV actors as well as technology actors in terms of ensuring each of these are accounted for at different stages of the design process. And these are some interventions that we have undertaken at different levels that are highlighted here. What our Making All Spaces Safe intervention is all about, that Andrea spoke about earlier today. I won't go into a lot of detail. We also wanted to speak of the safety showcase that UNFPA rolled out earlier this year in partnership with the UK FCDO, the Newman Fund, and the Australian E-Safety Commissioner. The inaugural session was rolled out as part of the 69th Commission on the Status of Women. We were very pleased to see about 104 applications coming in from over 50 countries. So I think this really tells us that a lot of work is being done in this space. And a lot of these very innovative solutions are in fact being championed by the Global South. We have one of the founders of the winners who will be joining us later today. Feel free to please scan the QR code to learn more about these interventions. In the interest of time, I will not go into a lot of that. Our Asia Safety Showcase, the call for proposals is currently on. Unfortunately, the last day is today. So if anyone in the room wants to submit a brief expression of interest, we really encourage you to do that. And I would like to leave you with this last slide on that really tells us that if we were to take three things away from how these considerations should inform our programming, it is these. We understand the gaps, we come together, we realize the importance of data, particularly the criticality when we are working with data about GBV survivors, and also the importance of safety and security, and to ensure that in our programming, we are very cognizant of the fact that even the strongest security mechanisms or protocols do not translate into 100% safety. So we must always be mindful of what more can be done to ensure user safety and user rights as the end goal. With that, I'd like to stop here. We've done a share of presentations back to back. It may have been heavy. We encourage you to please grab a cup of tea or coffee, take some light refreshments, and then we'll come back and move into the first panel of the day. Thank you. Just one quick word. We take a group photograph right outside before we pick up our tea and coffee. Thank you.
Last year, she's looking.
That's why I was saying.
वीडियो बंद कर दो
सुनो अब नेक्स्ट करेंगे हाँ भी ये इस पे कोडिंग भी नहीं लगाऊंगी अब कोडिंग पे एक लगा लो अपने पैटर्न की कोडिंग पे अच्छी होगी कितने लगे मेरे खुद में आ रहा है
Yeah, I'm actually skipping between because now there was the
वो भी तो माइक के थ्रू
ministers coming there.
माइक ही लगेगा ना खाली कैमरा भी नहीं लगेगा 6 माइक है ना
Well, it was just that the two
एक
of them
कैमरे के लिए
same
5
thing.
ऐसे 6
Hello.
यहाँ से उड़ाओ।
Yeah, like that. We got a variety of assumptions. And since we are the nature of the social media, we know we want to.
Miss Kalpana, where is she going? Far into Delhi.
Basically, if you're doing non-conformist content, it's not going to change. The messaging is also better and social media.
Hello, hello.
Last year, beginning.
We know that.
That was yeah, I think that's might be.
Mic कर दो उनको।
I think a lot of these campaigns spend the job.
Thank you, everyone, for gathering back. We apologize for the slight delay that we are running against, and we hope to make up for it at the end of this session. Everyone's waiting very excitedly for the first panel discussion to hear from experts in the room. So let's not waste any further time and have experts join us here to speak about what the research tells us about TFGBV in India and Asia. May I please request Ms. Anita Gurumurthy from IT for Change, Ms. Torsha Sarkar from Center for Communication Governance, NLU Delhi, Ms. Manjusha Madhu from Breakthrough, Ms. Japlin Pasricha from Feminism in India, and we have Ms. Anushka Jain from Digital Futures Lab, who's joining us online, unfortunately impacted by the Indigo flight delay and couldn't join us in person. And I also invite my colleague Shobhana to kindly moderate the session.
And then there's people already on travel. It's
In four.
and especially if you know ego goes everywhere.
ये वाला 2 and 3 रो.
Oh, sure. Hi, Lisa. Hi. We've met a couple of times before. No, this
Machaka.
Hi, I'm nice to meet you.
Let's speak up.
Yeah, that would be easy.
Panel.
Only do. Sign up.
Hello, is this working? So apologies for starting a little late, but we will catch up on time, and we've also saved some time because we had our picture taken earlier than we'd originally intended. But apologies also to the panel members. We now start. I'll begin with introducing our panelists who are here today. I'll begin with Ms. Anita Gurumurthy, who's the founding member and executive director of IT for Change, one of India's most influential feminist digital justice organizations. Anita's work spans 2 decades of research and advocacy at the intersections of gender, technology, governance, and rights. She has shaped global and regional conversations on data justice, feminist approaches to AI, platform accountability, and community-centric digital governance. Welcome to the panel, Anita. Our next speaker is Torsha Sarkar. Torsha brings an academic's understanding of how platform rules, intermediary obligations, and grievance systems translate into real-world safety outcomes. Her work at the Center for Communication Governance focuses on building rights, respecting implementable approaches to digital governance, helping bridge the gap between legal frameworks, regulatory design, and what survivors and users experience on the ground. Welcome to the panel, Torsha. Okay. So, Torsha, welcome. Our next speaker is Ms. Manjusha Madhu from Breakthrough. She's a senior researcher at Breakthrough. As a feminist activist and gender specialist with an interdisciplinary background, her research interests and work cuts across diverse areas, including gender norm change, education, media cultures, and technology. Manjusha holds a PhD in modern history and as a former journalist has written on subjects such as gender rights, violence, migration, art and cinema, and other topics. The reason she is here today is because of her work on TFGBV very recently in her current role at Breakthrough. She co-authored the 2025 study on experiencing TFGBV in India, which documents survivor experiences of online abuse and systemic response gaps. So welcome, Manjusha. And finally, we have Ms. Japleen Parishra from Feminism in India. Japleen brings the power of feminist public scholarship and survivor-centered storytelling to the TFGBV conversation. As founder, CEO, and editor-in-chief of Feminism in India, she has helped shape India's discourse on online gendered harms by centering intersectional realities, elevating underrepresented voices, and translating research and lived experience into urgency, public awareness, and practical calls for platform and policy accountability. So welcome, Japleen. We also have online with us our other panelist, Ms. Anushka Jain. Unfortunately, due to the flight cancellations, she isn't here today with us in person, but she's made time to join online. Anushka is from Digital Futures Lab, that is one of India's leading young experts on AI harms, privacy, surveillance, and digital rights. Anushka's work has been central to documenting emerging threats like gender bias in large language models, unlawful surveillance tools, biometric data misuse, and the systematic gaps that enable online GBV. She brings a sharp analytical lens to how technology, law, and gender intersect in India's rapidly evolving digital ecosystem. So welcome, Anushka, and thank you for being here with us today. If I can begin our discussion, what we'll do is we'll do one round of discussion with our panelists. I will be posing questions to each of them based on their areas of expertise. And then depending on time, we will see if we can do another round or maybe open it up for questions from the audience. So I'll begin with you, Anita. If I can pose the first question to you about the fact that your experience with the research in India and Asia, what systemic design and governance failures do you see as most responsible for enabling TFGBV? And having identified those gaps, if you can also speak about specific regulatory and institutional reforms that are needed to correct those structural gaps.
Thank you very much. Yes, this works. And thanks for the invitation and the presentations this morning. I'm going to do something that might be a slightly
uncomfortable, of course, within the boundaries of political correctness. I think it's important we really enlarge the canvas of what we're understanding. And here we often argue that openness to expression, information, and connection are enough to build trust for a better world, but openness that is agnostic to power is not going to produce inclusive societies. Here we use the metaphor of the marketplace of ideas, where everyone is supposedly benefited by the free and unregulated exchange of ideas, right? Communication and ideas. But power is central to the marketplace, and this is not just the markers of religion, caste, class, gender, sexual orientation, but more importantly, how network and data infrastructures are used and weaponized. And I think that was sorely missing in what we've heard so far since morning. What I want to really therefore say is technology-facilitated gender-based violence is indeed a powerful tool of patriarchal censorship, which mutes women, particularly those in marginalized positions. But the gravest disservice it does is pushes women out of public life. So I do agree that we are talking about violence, yes, but we are also talking about democracy at some level. And therefore, I think what our research shows us at IT for Change is that the single most important issue that we are confronted with from Siliguri to Silicon Valley, or whatever you want to think about, is really the privatization of speech governance. Today, I think the absence of public reason in the realm of communicative spheres is the crisis, right? I mean, we don't really have shared norms. We do not have a constitutionalism where we can actually contest and scrutinize the decisions and the determinations of content and speech governance. And this opacity and unknowability, or deemed unknowability of algorithms, is really a problem of democratic contestation. And while our studies, we've done innumerable studies using different methodologies, mixed methods, large-scale methods, we've scraped data, we've actually codified about 18,000 mentions from the back end of Twitter. And we've done other kinds of surveys, which are, again, large scale. I mean, broadly, it is what we all understand and know. I mean, I think the consensus in the room is quite deafening, because when you posited those options, I mean, I think there was a consensus in the room, you know, about the pervasiveness, the herd aggression. What the herd aggression tells you is, you know, suppose you post something, not only one person is piling on, right? There are innumerable pylons, and that kind of herd aggression is not about the perpetrator. I think we are misframing the problem if we talk about perpetrators. It's not that there are no perpetrators. That's not what I'm getting to. What we are trying to understand is much, much beyond the idea of victims and perpetrators. It is about design. It's about the indelible role of platform architecture, the design protocols that enable the creation of communicative registers that routinize, normalize, valorize censure and abuse against women, which is a gamification of public discourse, resulting in a gendered restructuring of public space. And I just wanted to say to you that we're not just forcing women out of the digital space, we're forcing women out of public space in its entirety, because there is no boundary between the digital public space and public space. There is no such thing as a virtual and real. There is a blurring, and there is public space in its entirety. And this, I think, is of course manifest in the rise of the manosphere, the inscrutable hyperlocal fraternities for the conduct of manhood, the all-male bro clubs, you know, of homosocialities. And these, of course, are obviously an extension of societal patriarchy, but such patriarchy is amplified, legitimized, normalized because of app affordances. Just think about forwards, subreddits, news feeds, propaganda bots. So there is patriarchy, but there is an amplification, normalization, and legitimization of patriarchy, which is what we have to get to in our solutions. Because the more we focus on how do you hang the perpetrator, the less feminist we will be. So I really want to say also that from recent events in my state, Karnataka, the Prajwal Revana case.
Just to be mindful of.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm ending. I'll probably, you said that
5 minutes.
5 more minutes?
And like 5 minutes are up.
5 minutes are up already? Okay, so would you like me to stop? Okay. So I will stop here by just concluding that what we need to acknowledge that is that law is a blunt instrument, and criminal law, of course, presupposes we're always talking about perpetrators. And therefore, I think what we need also, in addition to reforming the law, is a kind of a constitutional right to publicness, a constitutional right to truth, in addition to equality, fraternity, and liberty. And finally, I just want to conclude by saying is, we are talking really, in talking about gender justice and freedom from violence, we're talking about market regulation. Specific instruments to address market concentration, algorithmic accountability, sector-specific laws, for instance, workplace laws, fintech laws, because loan apps use Nudify, right? Because you want to squeeze a woman, you've lent her 800 rupees, she's not able to return it, you use Nudify app and put her body out there. So what you really need is sector-specific laws and a greater focus on algorithmic accountability, market regulation. You can't deal with society without dealing with the economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Anita. I think the audience will agree that you've got to the heart of the issue right from the first sentence that you spoke. Very strongly bringing the attention, the collective attention to the structural gaps and what therefore needs to shift to be able to address these. And it can't be done through just focusing on individual perpetrators. One needs to understand how the system functions and enables this kind of violence and abuse. I'll move now to Torsha to extend that discussion a bit. Torsha, the question that we have for you is about how, from your analysis, how do moderation failures in community settings contribute to TFGBV? And again, like we asked Anita, what regulatory or technical changes could improve detection, reporting, and redressal for users, especially in non-English languages? Thank you.
Thanks. Maybe I'll just pick up a little bit from what Anita said, because I think there is a question of power that you really have to look at in terms of context setting when you think about platform moderation, right? We have had intermediate reliability and platform governance discussions for what, 10, 20 years now. And the thing that continues to emerge is that these platforms are predominantly based out of companies in the global north. And while there has been significant progress, I think resource allocation and like building capacities to effectively manage the vast amount of usage in global south countries, that continues to be a challenge. And I think that is again tied to the sort of inherent business model that these platforms has, which is tied to monetizing virality and tied to monetizing and driving amplification, engagement, enragement, attention, clicks, so on and so forth. So with that context, if you look at the way like sort of coordinated disinformation or harassment campaigns are targeted at like women journalists and activists, it kind of becomes sort of apparent that there is a misalignment in terms of prioritizing your revenue generation versus prioritizing user safety, right? So that's the sort of underlying context I'd argue sort of underscores all of the policy designs that exist. And with that, if you look at maybe some specific insights on how this kind of moderation systems are not equipped to deal with like TFGBV, not enough capacity in low resource languages, not enough understanding of like the vastly intersectional nature in which hate and gender violence manifests online. And also a lot of their systems are automated, which means like more specific things like perpetrators using code mixing, just using like English and another different language or different scripts that will simply just trip up automated systems, right? Or if they like substitute a character in the slur, that is going to trip up an automated system, which is not that equipped to begin with. And then you have your grievance redressal systems, which are also, I mean, we have vastly documented that they are inadequate in terms of providing meaningful responses to anybody who's trying to report speech. I'd argue they're also not available in enough languages, so that also immediately restricts who can even access this. And I mean, I'll give you an example from a study I was part of that dealt with caste hate speech. But when you try to go and report something online, it's a very generic, say, for example, you're trying to report a comment on a video. It's a very generic feel that is given to you as a user that, oh, this is hate or harassment or bullying. There is really no way or pathway for the user to really document the kind of experience that they're facing, right? So these are some of the challenges, I'd say. And then if you switch to what platforms can do, again, picking up from Anita, I think it's sort of beyond us to say, like, kind of strike at the structural problems and the scale at which platforms exist currently. But if we had to like drill down to some specifics, make your grievance redressal systems more accessible, provide it in more linguistic, ranges, right? Provide more meaningful information about how many human moderators you have in specific languages, right? That adds up trust. That can maybe go somewhere towards like making some survivors believe that there is like the platform is working to kind of address this. And finally, I'd also say that there is a lot of capacity and resources that feminist organizations, civil societies, and tech groups have that exists in India that have been done. Like, for example, the Uli app that sort of builds a plugin, browser plugin to like deal with gender violence in like English, Telugu, Hindi. It's a crowdsourced resource. But I think when you kind of talk to civil societies, there is there is a sense that there is not enough cooperation or collaboration between platforms and civil societies. And I think that sort of leveraging that capacity and expertise, it's very vital to ensure that like that contextual understanding and that cultural nuance is imbibed in the platform's ideology. So I'll pause here and happy to answer more questions. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Torsha. I think you've also shared some very concrete measures in which one can look at how moderation can be made more effective to address the challenges that currently exist. I will move now to Manjusha. Manjusha, the research that Breakthrough recently released that you also co-authored shows that TFGBV is in fact intensified for women and girls at the intersections of caste, religion, class, sexuality, and regional representation. Which intersecting identities emerged as the strongest predictors of online harm in your study? And what should an intersectional TFGBV response framework look like for India?
Thank you, Shobna. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad that my co-panelist has already established what I think as an organization we're also trying to say. The TFGB is, I think the formulation of TFGB has always been very tech-oriented, so very tech-centric, and a lot of the conversation is, and we know that our policy landscape is extremely technocentric at this point. So I think it has to be foregrounded front and center that this is a socio-cultural and political problem. So it's a feminist problem, right? So it is a deeply gendered issue, and it's a normative issue in that sense. Shobna, in the morning presentation that both you and Kalpana did, you did refer to the offline-online continuum, right? And we see that powerfully demonstrated, and I'm sure there's significant literature out there. Our study reinforces this point once again, that those who are, and it's interesting because in India, we do know that there's a massive gender digital divide. But what we do see in the study is that digital divide does not mean that you're immune to TFGB, right? It simply means that there are other ways that you can be subjected to, and hence it's tech facilitated. You don't necessarily have to be online to be subjected to this kind of violation. In terms of an offline-online continuum, we see that the social fault lines that we see in our society around caste, a tribe, I mean, whatever divisions that you can think of, it's sort of replicated and it's sort of exacerbated in the digital space, right? And it is a question of power. So your misogyny, your patriarchy is all sort of manifested in the same fashion. And in the study, we powerfully see how it perhaps does not necessarily have an impact or an influence in the manifestation of TFGB per se, in the nature of the violation per se, but it definitely adds to the layering of the trauma, right? So what they experience, how they are able to deal with it, all of that comes down to the question of their social and financial privilege. So where do they stand within society? And I'm
mean, I would also urge everybody, we have a lot of powerful testimonials in the study in itself, and they're all pseudonyms, and just to make sure that, in terms of constituents. For example, we do know that, for example, in the landscape of cyber crimes, financial frauds takes everybody wants to I'm glad Anita mentioned fintech, and I'm looking forward to the tech panel later in the day. So, but for example, we had a survivor who was essentially disabled and who was subjected to a sort of an elaborate financial fraud. Yeah, and the lawyer who was handling the survivor's case told us that this is something they're noticing as a pattern. So even in financial frauds, they see that women are particularly vulnerable, and and that also comes from the fact that they don't want to. So even if it happens to them, very few of them actually speak up or talk about it to their families. And we don't. I mean, there's no merit in guessing why that is, right? We don't want to talk about it because immediately they are censored in terms of their activities. They withdraw from the digital spaces, or there's general policing, right? Similarly, we also see how, let's say, their caste identity or their sexuality also sort of comes an added layer to the experience. We had a queer person who told us that his participation in the Kerala Pride March essentially had sort of led to very orchestrated attacks, cyber attacks on him, and he was not alone in that case, right? A lot of the people who were participating in the Pride March were also subject to the same kind of violation. Similarly, the caste manifests in very powerful way, and not just their experience, also in terms of how the system responds to them. So we also had survivors from, let's say, the scheduled caste community or like OBC community who told us that when they went to the cyber police or when they were articulating their concern, even online, they were subjected to comments such as that, oh, you look a certain way, you come from a certain identity, who would want to, and the tragedy is this is not unique. We've seen this multiple cases. We've seen this in a lot of GBV cases. We've seen this in GBV judgments in a lot of this, where these sort of logic and rationale as to if you come from a certain way, you look a certain way, these violations can't possibly happen to you. So I think that needs to be sort of reinforced constantly, and the idea that the fact that if you come, your social, your cultural, and your financial standing makes a huge difference in terms of how you choose to pursue the case. And a vast number of the survivors do not want to take it up in terms systemically, simply because, again, as we see in GBV, we see that there's a lot of systemic apathy, right? And just one quick point, I'm not sure if we'll be able to, I can maybe, if we have another round, I can also address this whole masculinity and gender norms bit. But just one quick bit on the geography. Again, in terms of geography, we've realized that TFGB is largely geography agnostic in the sense that where you are in terms of your location, physical location, does not necessarily have an influence or a bearing on the kind of experience that you have. But we did see a massive federal variation in terms of how the system responds to the cases. So our survivors were spread across different parts of the country, Delhi, Hyderabad, Calcutta, Kerala, but we saw that a significant number, and going into the study, we were operating with the assumption that Delhi would have quite a number of these cases, right? You'll find a lot more cases in court, but ironically, we found that Kerala had a lot more cases in court. Right, and a lot more. The lawyers were a lot more savvy in terms of how they wanted to deal with, and even like vast number. Even in Kerala, of course, survivors were very reluctant, but the very few who were fighting it out in court. So the point that Anita was making in terms of social space being, social media being a public space. It's interesting that a case that was taken up, and I think it was filed somewhere in 2019, and there was an interesting 2021 Kerala High Court judgment saying the same thing, that social media is a public domain. And those of us who are aware of our feminist politics, our history, know that the whole private-public dichotomy is intrinsic to the way how feminist imaginations have been framed. Lastly, I know my time is up. Just one quick point in terms of the legal framework. Unfortunately, we do know that there's no comprehensive law, and question remains, even if you have a much more robust legal framework, how much of it would be effective, considering how implementation is a significant lacuna. But we have the few lawyers that I mentioned did take it to court. We're very, they're sort of legally agile in the way they were dealing with their cases, right? So They picked up sections from the IT Act, they pick up sections from the BNS Act, and for example, if the survivor was from, let's say, an SC/ST community, then they would, let's say, put an ST/ST Act as well. So perhaps it's interesting to see that if there is a legislation that comes about, do we want to then integrate this element of intersectionality to that as well? Because we do see that amplifying the kind of violation that they experience. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Manjusha. And that also is a good segue to our next question. But before I do that, I think there's a wealth of insight in the study that Breakthroughs just completed and released. Would encourage everyone who's not already seen the study to please download it from their website and do go through it if you have an interest in this area of work. I'll now move to Anushka, who we have online. Anushka, can we just check if you're able to hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. So carrying on from the sharing that Manjusha just did, we want to speak about a little bit about legal provisions that exist for cyber stalking, impersonation, non-consensual image sharing, and the fact that in spite of the existence of these laws, very few survivors obtain timely remedy. So based on your experience of tracking rights violations through digital technology, what procedural or institutional gaps would you say most severely hinder or impede justice?
Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me. And I agree with everything that the panelists before me have said. And I think what I'm going to say is going to take a little bit from what everyone has said before. I have 8 points and I'm going to try go as quickly as possible. I think the first thing that impedes a justice delivery is a slow or weak police response, especially if you look at, like Manjusha mentioned, the different identities that they inhabit. For example, we did a workshop with sex workers, and they were telling us about the TFGBV that they experience. And they said that when they go to the police, they do not, like the police does not take them seriously because of the work that they do. And they almost are expected to take the kind of abuse that they are facing because the police may assume that, as a sex worker, this is something that is in their line of work and it's not really something that is impacting them. So the police response itself really is not that great, even if the provisions do exist, and it varies based on who is going. Secondly, the preservation of evidence is not very well done, to put it simply. Sometimes takedowns can happen even before the police requests data. And a lot of time, what happens is there's a lack of coordination between police and platforms. Again, if I could give an example, a couple of years ago, 2 unfortunate incidents happened. I'm going to use the names just to make sure that everybody knows. But, the silly deals example and the bully buy example. The silly deals example happened around June, July. And still January 1st, we had bully buy happen because there was no action that the Delhi police had managed to take, no concrete action per se that the Delhi police had managed to take between those 2 incidents. And one of the things that they said was, we have asked GitHub for information, but GitHub has not given us the information. GitHub has said that this is the way that we can give information. Please come to us through this form, and the Delhi police has not managed to do that. So there's a very severe lack of coordination between platforms and police when it comes to these issues. Again, another thing is just the fact that all of this is happening across jurisdictions, coordinating across jurisdictions is also something that takes a lot of time. It delays timelines. If it's happening across states, across countries, a lot of delay comes in there. Again, another thing, and this is, I think, something that speaks to what Anita was saying as well, the platform itself, the cooperation of platforms is very different. For example, even if the larger platforms may respond, there are a lot of smaller platforms in India, like Moj or ShareChat, which are not responding in the same way that maybe Facebook or a Twitter is now required to respond. So there's a big difference between how larger versus smaller platforms are responding. And again, when we talk about smaller platforms, the way that this happens for languages which are not English is again something that takes a lot of time. Another issue is just that we don't have the necessary expertise to also excavate this issue. There's a limited amount of cyber forensic labs, a limited amount of sophisticated expertise within the police to actually handle all of these issues. And like Manjusha mentioned, there's also like the court process is not easy, nor does it take place fast. There's a lot of procedural delays that come in when we're talking about court processes. The second to last point that I want to make is that all of these processes are not really survivor centered. As we know, TFGBV is something that places a lot of emotional burden on the survivors. And when they face these kind of hurdles in seeking justice, this emotional burden is increased. And as a result, they tend to drop out, they tend to go back, they tend to just be like, I don't want to do this. And again, here, the behavior of the police, which can be moralistic, like I said, the example with the sex workers, it does not really help the situation. And the last point that I want to make is that all of these things that I mentioned, the court, the police, the platforms, this entire process is so fragmented. A survivor who is already very distraught as to what has happened to them, they don't know where to go. It is so fragmented. There's police, there's cyber cells, there's courts, platforms, ISPs. All of these are different. There's not really a lot of coordination that is happening between them. And as a result, it becomes very difficult for survivors to know where to go and how to seek justice as well. So I think these are some of the points that I had. But yeah, thank you so much for giving me the time to talk about this.
Right. Thank you, Anushka. And I think the whole point about how fragmented the response system is, both for, I think GBV case management is such, but particularly so for TFGBV as an emerging form of and very fast spreading form of violence, I think brought home very strongly through your sharing. I'll move now to our next speaker, Japleen. Japleen, your organization often highlights how digital harassment silences women's voices and limits their public participation. Now, based on your experience with survivor accounts and feminist reporting, what narrative shifts would you say are needed in media and society to counter victim blaming, amplify survivor voices, and build a more empathetic response all around?
Hi, everyone. Hello. Hello. Hi. Is it audible? Yeah, okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here and for my brilliant panelists who have very well-framed TFGBV in the feminist politics and stating it as a public space. So my first page of my notes are not relevant anymore. I'm going to go to the second page. So FI also conducted a research almost 10 years back in 2016. I have a few copies here and I'm going to give it to the team later. We used a mixed methods methodology where we looked at high-profile cases of journalists and women activists. We surveyed 500 women and queer individuals, and we also conducted qualitative interviews. This was also the time when Menka Gandhi was the Chief Minister for Women and Child Development and was also a regular, receiver of online abuse and trolling. And I think this was 2016 when she announced a portal, and that's also mentioned in my report. Let me just quote 1 second. So the Home Ministry announced that they plan to launch a portal named Cybercrime Prevention Against Women and Children in 2016. We don't know what exactly happened and if this portal is active, but the fact that at that time, the the Women and Child Development Minister acknowledged that online abuse, and this was the term that was being used back in 2016. Now, the term has also evolved, and currently we are using TFGBV. So the fact that the government itself acknowledged that this is a recurring issue and needs to be addressed, I believe was a positive step. But as I said, after that announcement by Menka Gandhi, we haven't seen any further updates from the government side, and especially with the new Digital Protection Data Act, which serves mostly government bodies and not so much individuals, states that there is much more needed to be done on the policy side. Now, for FI, as a feminist media company, we have conducted research. We run a campaign called Digital Hifazat, which translates to digital safety, and do a lot of feminist reporting on what can we do to intervene, to address TFGBV. Now, of course, there isn't any one single solution. We have heard policy side, legal frameworks. We have heard from researchers, and it is a very complex issue, and we need to, acknowledge and understand that the internet is not a space in a vacuum. The internet is a reflection, it's a mirror of the society that we live in. So GBV that exists in the offline world also exists in the online world as TFGBV. And the internet is the internet is an extension of the patriarchal, misogynist world that we live in. Now, coming to from a public narrative point of view, what is it that civil society organizations, media reporting, and general public can do? I think, first of all, we need to really we don't need to look at it as a personal failure of, oh, why did she share this, intimate photo of hers? Why did she send it to this guy that she just met? Shouldn't she have been more careful? So these are some of the responses that we also see, that we also hear when we are looking at cases of rape and gender-based violence in the offline world. And we see the same kind of logic being repeated in the digital space, where we are blaming victims, we are blaming survivors, and we are putting the accountability of safety on victims and survivors, instead of saying, why is abuse so normalized? So why does internet makes it so okay for people, for strangers, as well as for people known to us, to say really mean things that we actually wouldn't say to someone in person, right? We wouldn't be giving rape and death threats to someone in person, but it's so easy to do that on the internet. So we need to understand also where this behavior is coming from, that the internet provides a anonymous space for everybody, and anonymity is extremely important on the internet. It's a double-edged sword. We need journalists, whistleblowers, people from marginalized communities, LGBTQ people, trans people. They need anonymous spaces to be themselves, to share information, to express themselves. So anonymity is not per se a bad thing, but as I said, it's a double-edged sword, and it also gives perpetrators that space to do harm, to be to say things that I believe that in person they wouldn't actually be talking to anyone like that. So we have to understand also where this extremely misogynist behavior is coming from, and I believe that one of the solutions, I won't say this is the only, because this is a very complex and nuanced issue and needs to be tackled from various factors. But one of the solutions, I believe, is in creating a counter narrative, a counter culture of kindness, of empathy, of being polite to the other person. I believe that that's something that's really important, and that's something that even tech platforms acknowledge and agree, that a counter public narrative needs to be created to tackle TFGBV. Then, of course, when it comes to media reporting, we have to frame TFGBV not as an individual issue, but as a systemic issue, which is also the case when we talk about gender-based violence, rape, and sexual assault. We need to center survivor voices without sensationalizing their trauma and without causing harm. TFGBV is real violence. This is another argument that a lot of tech companies and also general public states that, it's just happening on the internet. Why don't you just shut down your computer or go offline for a few days and it won't happen. But our study found out that TFGBV has real harm, especially with respect to mental health. Women who experienced TFGBV reported having insomnia, depression, anxiety, and as has already been stated by our panelists, have reduced their public life, have self-censored or changed the way that they talk online, or wouldn't put opinions about politics, religion, gender, current affairs that they would usually do, but talk about more lighter issues. So that was another insight that came from our study, that serious and political issues invite violence versus when you're, let's say, talking about, I don't know, whatever Bollywood film is up in the theaters right now. Thank you. Just 2 minutes. So we also looked at that talking about political issues, and I would agree with my co-panelist. As a feminist, also everything personal is political. I don't believe that anything is not political. So that invited a barrage of violence versus anything else, lifestyle, fashion, etc. And lastly, I would say that digital rights conversations need to center marginalized voices, need to center voices of feminists, Dalit women, trans women, etc., in the policy conversations, because we cannot, has been stated by the UNFPA colleagues also, that we cannot think of safety as an afterthought. It needs to be part of design. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chaplin. I think the focus on user-centered design and also providing center stage to the most marginalized is a strong takeaway from what you shared, but also the whole fact about how do we create more compassionate spaces as a way of tackling the very, I think, the structure that is based on the social norms that discriminate, that perpetrate violence against women in offline space. So good takeaways there for us as a group. What I'll do now is open it up to the audience. If there are any questions that our audience members would like to pose for the panelists, this is your time. Yes, I see one show of hand and another. Let's take the first two questions. Yes, please.
Thank you. This is very exciting. My name is Abhishek. I work with Population Council in Delhi. I work in the research front. One question maybe to Torsha and Chaplin, you can answer this because you highlighted the important aspect of communication. And as you rightly said, it's the we don't have the structure in place. There is delays, how you make the complaint and it gets resolved. Just wanted to check, what is the kind of current scenario of people's awareness about where to complain with the aim or expectation that their complaint will get resolved easily. What kind of public awareness is currently in this space, if you can highlight on that.
Maybe we'll take both the questions and then we can another question.
I wanted to ask, but I know someone else had their hand up before me. No? No? Okay. I can also ask. My name is Mali Hazaz. I'm from UNESCO's regional office in Delhi. I'm new still to India, so my question is really to get information. It's not just a rhetorical question. Basically, we've heard from you on the different components that all impact what we're talking about today, right? Online attacks and on gender-based violence. And we all cover, and I say we as different organizations, civil society organizations, national, international, different maybe embassies that also would like to support these efforts. And the thing is, while we all have the best interests in mind, I think this is a good example of this collaboration, this event, but I think we have to have something more structured, perhaps. Is there such a coalition of some sort in India where when we approach certain duty bearers, we could do it as one voice? Because I had a meeting with another member state, another South Asian country last week, and it was the Ministry of Education. When I talked to them, they said, you know how many people approach us to integrate things in the curricula? And I think that applies also to regulators when we approach them. That applies to, and some of us have a stronger presence or maybe relationship with a certain duty bearer. Like we work as UNESCO a lot with the judiciary, with the justice system. Then we can incorporate things that you're referring to here that is important for the justice system, whether we're talking about judges, prosecutors, or even later lawyers, right? Others have better relations with others. So if you have a coalition and we speak as one voice, when we approach regulators, then when we approach online platforms, when we approach, ministries of education for curricula, we will have a stronger voice, because then they will have to put together the pieces of the puzzle. This national partner talked about this UN agency. And then they wouldn't maybe have the time to even, or the expertise to do it. So I think if we approach them as a coalition of some sort, and we approach them on, for example, we're going to the regulator, we're going to online platforms, and then we approach them with examples from all these studies, numbers that we have, priorities, all in one request in the sense, and then we follow up with them on that. I think if we have such a coalition that exists, I would love to know about it and would love to join. If not, maybe this could be one future step forward that we could do so that all of us can speak together through it. Thank you.
Yeah. So I haven't personally done like an empirical study, so maybe I'll not be able to give you the actual data on awareness. But I think from the kind of work that my panelists have done and the colleagues have done in the field, the issue I think here is that there is not enough trust in the system, that I think a lot of survivors genuinely do not believe that if they are going to report something, especially like when you consider how coordinated some of these campaigns are, targeting like more prominent outspoken women, I don't think there is a lot of trust that the platform will do enough for them to address the issue at a scale that the harm is being caused, right? And when you combine that with the kind of the challenge that we highlighted previously, like not enough linguistic resources, not enough transparency, not enough, even I would say like preemptive or proactive information sharing from platform side, that like one little by little, I think diminishes the amount of awareness that somebody who is maybe not, somebody who maybe English is not their first language, or somebody who's from a tier 2 or tier 3 city, it's kind of apparent to see how limited awareness they would have with recourses if they're being faced with something as vast and frightening in the online world. So yeah, and Japlin, yeah.
Thank you for your question. I'll first answer your question about public awareness of social media reporting, right? That was your question. So as part of our study, when we surveyed 500 internet users, we asked this question, and many said that either they are aware of, I think about 30% said that they are aware of, reporting mechanisms. But as Torsha said, there is a lack of trust. And that trust has a lot to do with, both tech companies. And, my study is almost a decade old. So there has been a lot of advancements from tech company side also. So I'll just update also what has happened. But when I conducted the study in 2016, linguistic diversity was not a part of Meta's, reporting mechanisms. Then secondly, they wouldn't, at that time, they didn't identify caste as one of the, factors of abuse, on which abuse is based. That has changed, actually. And there were multiple consultations with civil society organizations, and I was part of one of those consultations. And they have now, from what I know, they acknowledge caste as they acknowledge race in the Western countries. So they acknowledge caste in Indian subcontinent. And their reporting mechanisms has improved. I won't say that it's perfect, obviously, but the thing is there is a lack of trust both with between users and tech companies, and also between users and the law enforcement. Because the usual response is that this is not real violence, like just shut down your computer, go offline for a few days and it will be okay. So because of that, people don't report so much, because also most of the times the community guidelines would come back and say we didn't find this as a violation. And reporting itself, although it doesn't take so much time, I would say it takes hardly 5 minutes or even lesser. But because there has been so much disappointment on the users, from the user's side, that just people don't bother to report, both to the tech company as well as to the law enforcement. And with respect to law enforcement, this is my personal opinion, that I believe that even though, we heard Manjusha talking about the study that they did and how the lawyers were very agile looking at various laws, but we also need to acknowledge that only few people are able to reach that stage where they actually have access to lawyers and are able to take it to court. And we know that either it's a case of high profile women, or where again access is there. But already our Indian courts are so burdened with pending cases, and the general user does not have access to these kind of resources in most times. Legal recourse, in my opinion, doesn't do much for the general public. And I think that is another reason why there is a lack of, again, trust when it comes to reporting to law enforcement as well as to the tech companies. I hope that answered your question. And coming to your question, there is one coalition. It's called ACTS. I've forgotten the full name, sorry. But it is Delhi-based. It's held by two organizations. One is Center for Social Research and the other is the Dialogue. They recently held a conference, I think last month. It was called the Trust and Safety India Festival. I am unsure of what policy work they are doing. I am a member of the coalition, but I don't have a lot of information there. But I can tell you a little more of policy work done with tech companies. So we have to take into account the change that happened in the beginning of this year with Meta and with Meta owns half of the social media platforms that we use, more than half. So I would say just, them making this change is quite impactful, where they rolled back DNI initiatives and also trust and safety initiatives. And Mark Zuckerberg himself, made that announcement on Instagram and other Meta platforms. So actually, currently, from what I know, there aren't so many trust and safety, like the policy teams of these platforms in India are either very small or they don't exist. Same with X. When X used to be Twitter, there was a very thriving Twitter India team, and we have worked with them on multiple occasions and have done consultations. But the scenario today from, let's say, even 3 years back is very different. After Elon Musk took over Twitter and Meta rolled back DNI initiatives and trust safety initiatives in the beginning of this year. So the situation is extremely different from what it was just 2 years back. Anyone else wants to?
Yeah, I just want to, please go ahead.
So just one quick point. So there is a national cybercrime reporting portal. Yeah. So based on the consultation with the Ministry of Women and Child Development and the Ministry of Home Affairs, they set it up post 2016. We also have a cyber helpline number. So the irony is, and we did map awareness to some extent in the study as well. So the way that national campaigns have been mounted for financial frauds, for example. So there's a lot of awareness building that's gone into it, and it's been done in regional languages, right, which has made it accessible. So I'm sure, I don't know how many people in this room also know what the cyber helpline number is, right? I also do want to say, and acknowledging the fact that obviously, and we all know this, and this is not just for TFGBV, systemic responses are slow. And I completely echo the point that Anushka was making. It's so fragmented, so the information is just not there, people don't know where to access. But I do want to acknowledge that a lot of the survivors we spoke with who did not have the wherewithal, and again, these are people who don't personally have devices, right? And this goes back to the point that Tarsha was making making in terms of linguistic, cultural context, where it's insinuations like, there somebody, like two women are walking down the road, somebody's recorded a video, and it's been uploaded with just one line in a regional language. But when you translate it to English, it doesn't capture the gravity, but the person who knows the language understands what the insinuation is, right? But what has been effective, and of course, community standards and companies also in terms of mechanisms have come forward. But there has been some CSO helpline numbers in a lot of cases. And a lot of the time, I mean, there are specific CSO helpline numbers that have been super effective for a lot of these survivors, where they felt more than the system, more than the community standard reporting mechanism as well, the speed, because that's what is paramount here, right? The speed with which the violent content is taken down. So those CSO helplines numbers have been super effective. So I think that also just stabling it here as well.
There are also other traditional collectives. One is called the Feminist Policy Collective, which works with the UN Women. And it's a very, very strong, we recently held a pre-budget consultation. So there is a network of that order also, which of course, in my opinion, even as a member of the network, I have been talking about how it's really important to look at TFGBV. So it is indeed a great idea for, I think, the UN organizations, civil society, and concerned scholars and citizens to be part of that larger feminist policy collective. I think one of the problems about framing this as a trust and safety issue, which is somewhat tweakable, and somehow, you can mend this through technocentric solutions, is possibly, I think, that we have to frame it in a bigger way, try and understand the relationship between gender and data, understand that data bodies are bodies, and all bodies are now datafied, and therefore we really are facing a certain crisis. I think that a holistic response is necessary. Many of our organizations have engaged with the Indian government on the recent amendments proposed to the intermediary guidelines rules on synthetic data, and so this idea of how do you regulate for data and AI is important. We have to ask foundational questions about what apps are needed, what is not needed, what needs to be datafied, what is not needed to be datafied. And I think the EU's instantiation of the AI Act expands the duty of care in terms of legal obligations, defining who's a developer, who's a deployer, who's a user. And in India, we really want to look at the intermediary guidelines legislation. That's not enough. You really need like an AI-based social compact, right? I mean, what is the AI law in India is the question to be asked. And therefore, those are very important horizons where change has to be made.
Right. Thank you. I see, Anuradha, that you have your hand raised, but I'm afraid we have run out of time. Our panelists will be available during lunch, so please feel free to approach, because I do want to give a chance also to Anushka, who's online, if there are any observations that she'd also like to make before we close the session.
Sure, thank you. And I am so sad that I'm not there in person to talk to everyone. This seems like a very enriching conversation, and it really contributes to the work that I'm doing right now. I don't really have any big thoughts. I think everything that we want to say is there already. Like a lot of research is there already. And I think the issue is that there is a lack of coordination between civil society, platforms, government. And I'm not trying to put the blame on anyone, but I think it's just that this lack exists. For example, I'm working on a AI safety and gender report right now. And I've talked to gender experts, and I've talked to AI developers, and AI developers are like, we just need to know what the harms are and then we can fix them. And gender experts are like, everything is already out there. Why don't they already know it? So even though it seems like everything is there and it can just be fixed, there is a gap that exists. And I think what we need to do is understand how we can fix this gap. But other than that, thank you so much for inviting me, and hope everyone has a great day. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Anushka. And thank you very much to our panelists for such an enriching discussion. I'm going to be a little greedy. And before we close, I'm still going to ask each of you, because as you know, see in the audience, we have UN agencies, we have development partners. If you can bear with us and just maybe very briefly highlight what needs to be a research priority for the next 1 year. This is the ideal time to be talking about it, as we all of us are doing these planning exercises across our agencies. So one by one, if you could just highlight what is a research priority that we can then have further conversations with each of you on, or maybe look at who are the actors that can carry forward those research agendas. Any order?
Sorry. So I think in terms of research priority, I do feel that there's a lot more work, and I completely agree that, I mean, there is a rich amount of data, and it's largely qualitative and goes back to the point that Dr. Wand was making in the morning. And I don't want to get into because there are serious methodological challenges in terms of how it can be quantitatively assessed, right? And I think qualitative studies then give us a sense of the long-term impact and the long-term harm that a lot of these survivors face. But I do feel that there is a need to do greater localized research and sort of contextualized within very local settings. So then within the linguistic spaces, within specific cultural contexts. And that would also help us go a long way in terms of augmenting responsive mechanisms, which are more tailored to ground realities. And I feel that is a critical gap. And also echoing the point about how most of the literature that's there is global north, and Australia, for example, has some very, very interesting work. EU, again, has a very interesting work. But yeah, we do need more research in South Asia.
Thank you, Anita.
I completely reckon with what you're saying and agree that the way to go is to really contextualize and bring accountabilities and actually explore that sweet spot between local context and duty bearers, obligations, as well as what really the duty of care translates into in terms of corporate actors, not in terms of voluntary obligations, but the necessity for the kinds of legal ecosystems we need that can pin down responsibility and accountability, and that very dreaded word in corporate context, which is called liability. I think without understanding liability, we'll certainly not be able to address what I think, and sorry, I'm using an extreme formulation, but this, I believe deeply, issue of TFGBV is a crime against humanity. It has to be framed as a crime against humanity.
Yeah, maybe as like a lawyer, I will talk a little bit on legal reform because we didn't get to touch upon that. 2 points. One is that I think something that Anita has already brought up. A lot of our ideas of reforms in terms of like liability of the cyber actors is hinged on the IT Act, which is at this point 25 years old, right? What we understood as intermediaries, as like these kind of mere conduits that facilitate interaction between two users, vastly outgrown the definition. You look at like OpenAI, you look at like Perplexity, definitely these are not intermediaries, right? But I think so then we need to think beyond that sort of mere conduit idea, 25-year-old idea, and think about how do we bring liability and how do we think of accountability for these new strange actors in the current world. And secondly, maybe like zooming in on like a particular form of TFGBV, which is like NCII, non-consensual intimate imagery. If you look at the Indian legal system, for most of the provisions, consent is really not a factor, right? It's just kind of like couched in the terms of obscenity and sexually explicit material, which then has all of these challenges of like free speech and then censorship, because what is obscenity, right? It's just like a Pandora's box. So I think in terms of legal reform, you have to really look at what is the result of TFGBV, right? It's an exclusionary tactic. It's a hate speech against women. And from there, if you want to build your reforms, you want to create a positive space for like facilitation of constitutional rights like dignity, participation, equality, fraternity. I think those values should really underscore the way we rebuild our laws around TFGBV and around corporate liability. So, yeah.
Right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm taking from Torsha. I also believe that um, we need to look into how AI is going to perpetuate even more violence, digital violence, TFGBV. Already, it is it is becoming increasingly difficult to differentiate between what is real and what is AI generated, especially when it comes to multimedia content like images and videos. And I believe that there is going to, I mean, there is already a surge of deep fakes, and AI is just going to make this even more difficult. At FI, we are working on a research study to look at how AI perpetuates TFGBV even further. And I really believe this is still new, and it is a great opportunity for tech platforms like OpenAI, Perplexity, Gemini, etc., to work with civil society and nip this in the bud. Thank you.
Thank you, Japleen. And Anushka, last word on the research agenda.
Yes, I agree with what Manjusha and Anita have said in terms of contextualized research. I think specifically what we need to be doing also is looking at how work is impacted, or the work that women are doing or marginalized communities are doing is impacted or is a factor in what is happening in terms of gender-based violence. For example, one of the things that we were trying to investigate a little bit last year and this year as well is how sex work and sex workers are experiencing TFGBV. So I think we need to go into the nitty-gritties of this now and really look at how different identities are at play in how they experience TFGBV and how even the nature of the violence itself changes based on who is experiencing it. So I think we really need to do a little bit more contextualized research.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think the audience will agree that we've had a very rich discussion here, and there are lots of, I think, points for continuing this conversation even further beyond the panel discussion. Our panelists are available. Please feel free to have those conversations later during the day. But if we can now have a huge round of applause for our dear panelists. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We can now move for lunch.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you. I'm glad you start from the uncovered stories because I was also wondering how best to talk about the whole. There's never a time to talk about those. Yeah.
Didn't work.
Yeah. So we also said but what is compared India? Just you've seen balances so a lot of the reform, like it's very, yeah, I has to be like. Additional videos, yeah. And that
Everybody does not need to be doing this.
Can I get your IGF types on this.
Why don't you?
No, I have at least a bunch. And
But I'll send it by tonight. Like,
कब की deadline है? 7th की है ना? ठीक है, हाँ, but I'll work on it tomorrow.
I'm just sorry, we are closing up. So
What I've done.
Write it in the.
I'm more worried about that. Yeah, so we spoke, I think, a few months back, like maybe when you were back. Yeah.
I will. It's this afternoon. It's online.
But I'm sure I shall get the pictures.
Yeah, with her friends.
I think more calendar.
I still think of her as it's a nice dress. A lot of very missions saved. But I think around 16 or 7. Things that are ideas that we need society decide and longer term. That is an activation. Last couple of years, we've seen now, but so it has to be such
I also would request everyone to take their seats. So we are ready to begin with the second panel. Great. I hope you also caffeinated post heavy lunch and our energies are intact. After a very exciting first panel, we now look forward to changing gears a bit and to move from what research tells us to what experience and actual practice on the ground tells us. I request our panelists to kindly join us here. We have Mr. Rajesh Ranjan from Google, Mr. Jiten Paul from Stop Online Harassment and Unlawful Media, Soham, Mr. Sagar Deoskar from Snapchat, and Mr. Siddharth Deb from the Quantum Hub. And I also request Professor Kathy to kindly join us to moderate the discussion. Thank you.
Just should be in a minute. I think it's allowed.
They work better.
So Saga 5 minutes. He's
5
on
minutes.
3 minutes.
You
is
can
on.
join. It's a man or.
Start.
Sure
We had a
is.
last minute dropout.
So we get started.
Holding up half the sky.
Yeah. She's busy. So you can get started. Have the question to Snapchat as the fourth one.
Oh, she's.
We do have one more colleague joining us. We're going to mic up some other folks while we're waiting. We have one more colleague who's coming and will be joining us from Snapchat. As the parent of said 16-year-old I was talking about this morning, I'm very interested in hearing from the Snapchat colleagues. I might introduce our panel now, and then while people are getting mic'd up, and then we'll go to questions. So Mr. Rajesh Ranjan leads Public Policy Engagement at Google India. I'm not sure if people can see Rajesh at the moment. Focusing on online safety, platform integrity, responsible AI, child protection and digital literacy. He has extensive experience working across government, civil society and technology stakeholders and plays a central role in shaping Google India's focused policies on misinformation, harmful content moderation, AI governance and user safety. So thank you very much for joining us, Rajesh. Mr. Jiten Paul from Stop Online Harassment and Unlawful Media, or SOHUM. Biten is the founder and CEO of SOHUM, which I'm quite going to have a microphone as well. So, all right, I'll talk with this one. All right, thank you. So Jiten is the founder and CEO of SOHUM, which is Asia's first dedicated platform focused on removing online deepfake videos and revenge posts that violate the dignity of women. Quite excited to meet you, Jiten. I've read so much about your work. Built on technology, empathy and purpose, the organisation fights digital abuse with relentless determination, and the team has helped hundreds of women reclaim their identity, peace and confidence by removing the negative videos against them. Jiten started SOHUM with a mission to protect the dignity of women, fight digital abuse at its roots, and ensure that every survivor of deepfake or revenge porn posts has a safe path to reclaim her identity in peace. Thank you. And then we also have Mr. Siddhartha Deb from the Quantum Hub. Siddharth is the Associate Director of Public Policy at the Quantum Hub and has worked in several roles at the intersection of policy making and regulation of telecom, internet, media and new technology markets. He has previously worked at Cohen Advisory Group, the Internet Freedom Foundation, the ESIA Centre and the Centre for Communication Governments. At the Quantum Hub, Siddharth works closely specialises in issues like data protection, online safety of women and children, platform governance, digital public infrastructure, digital inclusion and AI governance. I'll introduce our colleague from Snapchat when he arrives. And we are aware that this is a manual. We did have another colleague who unfortunately had to withdraw at the last minute, but I really do welcome our panel today. So Rajesh, I might start with you, if that's okay. Yes, fabulous, thank you. I'm interested whether Google has seen gendered patterns of online harm in India evolve, particularly in Indian language spaces. So we heard a little bit about that this morning, about the specific harms that are quite contextualised and happen in the spaces of different language groups. And I'm curious just to how these insights inform your approach to TFGBV mitigation.
Yeah, so I was discussing with a few people before even coming here in terms of what we see as Google on the internet, on our platforms, across our products as patterns. So you're right in terms of the TFGBV, there's a disproportionate pattern when it comes to groups like, women, other disadvantaged group like elderly, LGBTQIA. And it gets accentuated, to your point, when this happens in the local language. Because the resources and the other kind of tooling, et cetera, it's of course more available in English. And we are very mindful of this problem as Google. And we have been working very extensively with government, with the civic society, the industry bodies, to identify that and then also see what can be done at scale. Now, one is a pure Indic language problem, which we are trying to solve. For example, we started with 10 languages to create and detect abusive material and how AI tools could, or any safety tool could identify those patterns. And then we are trying to create a generic model across 100 languages in India as Google. Now, moving beyond that, when that gets mixed, it's not only one language which is being used. It could be English plus Hindi, English plus Tamil. then it is even more accentuated and very difficult to identify at scale. So this problem is, yes, of course, there. And as you rightly said, we are very mindful of that. And as per those experiences, what we have done, we have started to factor that into the products that we design. So the products have to be safe by design, for example. It has to factor in this disadvantage which is visible to us, and the training data sets that we bring into those models have to be mindful. So for example, any output that any of the AI models, what is the kind of output that is being given to a particular user against a particular question? So we have to be very mindful whether it is a child or a woman against which this question is being asked. So we are doing a few of those things. We are also, doing some initiatives at the state level. We did something called Tech Sakhi, where people can use this tool to identify. There is a tool which we did for the women journalists to identify harassment and bullying online for them. Why we did this? Because the women journalists can identify and disseminate this problem at scale, which other women maybe are not in that privileged position to do that. And then similarly, we do it across all our products. So it is, if it is search, if it is the YouTube platform or the Android or any other such platforms, all of these sensitivities by our engineers is taken into account, and all products are designed like that. So I was also giving some examples. For example, if you go and try to place an ad on Google Ads, which is targeting women and which is trying to put on porn online and propagate and advertise about porn, it is explicitly banned. If you upload any porn material on YouTube, eventually it would be detected and brought down. And then, of course, I think we were discussing in terms of the response time that we have as a platform. It is the best in the industry. When something is flagged, we are, one of the best platforms with the best turnaround times to bring it down. So that's how we're trying to do it as Google, with society, through our technical prowess, and keeping in mind the new developments which is happening in AI and where AI would go eventually. And of course, both the good actors and the bad actors would use those tools to create of course, bad actors will use those tools to create more harm. So we are trying to mitigate that also in parallel. So I can cover maybe more as per next questions. Yeah.
Thank you. That's great. And I know that this issue of vernacular languages and how content moderation can better detect abuse when it's happening in languages other than English or just some dominant languages is also going to be discussed in the next session. So I'm very excited. I think there'll be some really good connections there. All right. Jiten, Soham works directly with survivors of image-based abuse, blackmail and cyber extortion. Based on your case patterns, what forms of TFGBV are rising fastest in India, and what prevention strategies have proven most effective?
First of all, thank you so much.
Big question, sorry.
So yes, just to give you a brief background, Soham was not born out of passion, it was born out of compassion, and the issues that we are facing day by day, and especially if we talk about the gender-based issues which are there, primarily what we see is the deepfakes and the revenge porn cases, which are, growing like wildfire. Just to give you some analytics, Soham is a very new organization, it's just 18 months, and 18 months what we have realized and what we've seen, the deepfake videos have grown by 900%. That's an exorbitant percentage of growth which is happening. Now, of course, with the advent of AI, growing so fastly, and of course, with the how is AI is actually, maturing enough, right? So initially, I'm sure you would have known that deepfake video is something which is, of course, against the dignity of the women. Used to take people to construct these videos to take about 30 minutes, 40 minutes. Now, any guesses how much time does it take to create a deepfake video? Any guesses? 67 seconds. And there are not just one, there are 35,000 such models which are still promoting creation of these kind of deepfake videos. So it's again a matter of shame, I would say. Where we come into play is not just because of this data which is there. I'll share one more data today. 90% of these deepfake videos which are created, they're actually against the women. So all these illegal videos that we are talking about are actually against the women, and not the issues of what we are talking about is not just the deepfake videos. It's also the revenge porn cases which are coming up. Earlier, if I talk about, out of maybe the hundreds of cases that we have handled today, right? Out of them, 60% are actually revenge porn cases. And is it because of the tech? Maybe, maybe not. But it's primarily because of the fractured egos of the men. How do you handle that? That's more important. Yes, it's a tech issue. It's a society issue. It's a human right issue. Tech can definitely enable. Yes, AI is the culprit. I would say AI is the culprit for this. But AI has to bring that solution. So in Soham, what we have done is, we have other side of the AI, apart from the artificial intelligence. We also called as anti-injustice, which is very important. So till date, as you mentioned, that we have been supporting more than hundreds of females that we have supported. And when we talk about these numbers, these are not just numbers, these are screams and these are cries of those females who actually come to us. Personally, I have given my own phone number as my WhatsApp on my website. And on an average, we get almost 3 to 4 cases in a week's time. We don't run any campaigns. We haven't promoted ourselves. We just have a few volunteers. And I would have just spoken in few conferences. And till date, we have removed more than 500 of such cases, 500 plus videos. And still, I know for sure there are millions of such videos which are there online. And it's a matter of shame, I would say. So coming to your point, I'll quickly, I don't want to take the others people's side. So talking about, how we can actually prevent is, first of all, it starts with the awareness. Awareness starting from educating that women, not out of fear, I would say, but out of, out of enabling her that she should be aware that what she should share online. That's very important. You cannot just share anything which is publicly. So you need to know how to manage your profile, how to keep it confidential. That's the first thing, that education is of the utmost importance. But apart from that, something which is very important is the reporting, because most of the time these cases are reported very lately. So what we have observed, the faster these cases are reported to us, so we have that capability, because of course we use an AI engine, which uses the technology and the law behind it, using the DMCA, using privacy laws, using the other aspects of legal aspects which are there, right? So the sooner it is reported to us, the sooner we can actually take it down. The earliest that we have taken down any such illegal or non-consensual content is like 6 hours. So where we are have a strong hold is, yes, as soon as it is reported, we will work towards the removal. The main part over here is, which I would say within this hall is said, it's about the community power. So today, whenever you see something which is illegal, don't spread it, don't forward it, don't mock on it. Today it is somebody else's sister, tomorrow it could be anybody's. So it is important that we stand with that victim, we stand with that female, and support her. It's very important. These support groups, yes, there are a lot of support groups which are there, but still, the way this is penetrating, the deepfakes or these revenge cases are penetrating, so we need a larger share. I was amazed to hear amazing this before me. There's a lot of policy making which is done. But as I said, we need to come together, and probably only United Nations can actually bring them all together. So yeah, I think that's what I wanted to share. Last part, just 30 seconds, is yes, every platform needs to have their AI engine more worked up, more oiled to fix this issue as soon as possible. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And we will come back to you as well. I would now like to introduce Mr. Sagar Deska, who leads public policy and safety initiatives for Snapchat India. So very grateful to have you with us. focusing on youth protection, digital wellbeing and platform integrity. At Snapchat, he oversees the development and rollout of safety by design features, which I'm very interested in as the parent of a Snapchat addicted teenager, including privacy defaults, age verification tools, proactive detection of harmful content and restrictions on unsolicited communication. So you've introduced several youth safety features, including in-app warnings, privacy filters and AI tools. What have shown the strongest impact in preventing harassment or unsolicited contact in India?
Thank you. Apologies, I was late. My Uber driver forgot directions. So, yeah, no, thank you for that question. Firstly, I would just like to quickly set in context as to the basic ethos and philosophy behind Snap and what drove the features that you just sort of spoke about, right? So in about 2010, 2011, when Snapchat was founded, it was founded on the philosophy of it being an antidote to social media. So the biggest use case for Snapchat, even today, is being in touch with your closest friends. It's not a town square. It's not something that opens into a public feed where there are vanity metrics such as likes or comments. It becomes difficult for people to engage with others who are not in your friend list or in your contact book. So creating friction at the point of contact is something that works really well. What do I mean by that? So for example, Snapchat has bi-directional friendships. So if I send a friend request to another user, that person has to accept that friend request before you can start engaging with each other. It is very difficult and we have about, India is the largest base for Snapchat. We have about 250 million users in India, and most of them teens. So we have to be very deliberate and intentional in thinking about the design features that we have in order to keep those folks safe. So in order to protect the young teenagers that we have and have a safer experience for them, the bidirectional friendship thing is very important. It becomes very hard for accounts to search for under 18s if they're not in their mutual contact list or in their phones added as a contact. And the third thing is the in-app warnings, right? Like if you're not part of if you don't have enough mutual friends or if you're not added into the contact books, it becomes very easy for the user who has received that request to report that account rather than engage. And there are a lot of in-app warnings based on AI signals, determining based on the region, past antecedent, which also sort of creates a friction point for the user to send that friend request, for a malicious actor to send that friend request. Right? So I think creating that friction point is I think very important. And as I said, because it's not a town square, the biggest use case for Snapchat is to very authentically sort of communicate with people that you already know, with your friends, with your close family. It is not a place where users come to expand their sphere of influence, for example. So I'm not saying the app is perfect. There are a lot of issues and there is constantly an iterative process to ensure there are tools which come out and help improve. Like Sir said, that AI needs to play a very important role in sort of preventing some of the harms that get spread. And that's something that keeps happening at the back end, right? So these are some of the overview and the ethos in which Snap sort of found.
It's been interesting to hear with both Google and Snapchat talking about safety by design and what can be done by the tech companies. And then you're also talking about the role of community awareness and community standards, because social media is really changing a lot of norms about how we interact. And so I think thinking that through in both awareness raising efforts, but also safety by design is key. But it also speaks to what I'm going to ask you about, which is much more around the regulatory ecosystem. So the Quantum Hub has analysed India's emerging digital regulatory ecosystem. What policy levers, whether they're audits or transparency obligations, penalties or design mandates, do you think hold the most promise for reducing TFGBV at scale?
So thanks for that question, and also thanks a lot for inviting me to this conversation. I'm going to set some initial context first, which is TQH is a multi-sectoral public policy organization. So what that means is in the offline space, we do a lot of work when it comes to rehabilitating women who have suffered from gender-based violence, but also a lot of work on women's economic empowerment. And then we do a lot of work in the technology policy space, which includes digital inclusion and digital access as well, and online safety as well. In fact, just next week on Wednesday, we're launching something which is called the Women in Digital Economy Network, which is called Widen. So in case you guys want any more information in engaging with that group that we're trying to set up, we'd love to have offline conversations there. But giving that institutional context is important because when we've just in October of 2025, we've released a study on the online safety of women and children in India. And the ethos with which we've kind of tried to arrive at our analysis and final recommendations is as important as online safety is for women and children in India, we need to balance it with the right kind of incentives for access to the internet. And just narrate one story to explain why, which is just this Friday, I was in Bombay at a cyber safety conference, and there was this performance that was done by this peri-urban girl from a Muslim background, from a uniquely disadvantaged part of the country. And the story, she did a very dynamic kind of rap performance in the room. But at the end, she was talking about the fact that access to the internet is one of the reasons why she's able to achieve a certain level of economic independence. And now she can actually negotiate with her family. She's 16, right? But now she can actually negotiate with her family that, hey, I've achieved this level of independence. So the pressure on you to marry me off as a teen, a minor teen, goes away. So now I can live my life. So it's that kind of context in which we have kind of tried to think about the incentives for the right kind of online safety governance in India. And now just coming back to the question itself. So the way that we've looked at like recommendations in this space is through not just desk research, but also trying to evaluate what is the current policy design, law enforcement practices, and platform enforcement practices in India, try to identify gaps, try and think about how are these conversations taking place in other parts of the world. So we did a lot of research looking at countries like Thailand, the UK, Australia, and so on and so forth. And then we did multiple workshops in Delhi. I would say we did 3 workshops in Delhi with civil society experts working in the technology and safety space with women. So in that context, we've kind of tried to produce like a whole of society set of recommendations in this report. And what we're saying is, the first thing is when we actually tried to look at India's ability to measure tech facilitated gender-based violence, it's really inadequate. And the reason for that primarily stems from 2 factors. One is the ability for our law enforcement officials to be able to map incidents where, let's say, there's a crime that's starting off online, but the actual final bit of it is effectuated offline. The ability for law enforcement and policymakers to count the online bit is kind of negligible in India. And that is because our legal systems right now, which includes the Information Technology Act and the criminal laws that panelists from the previous discussion were referencing, they are unable to distinguish between what are cyber-enabled offenses and cyber-dependent offenses. And that's something that's a key concept that is being discussed at the UN level, at the level of the Cybercrime Treaty. And we feel that the ability to be able to measure scenarios which start online and transpire offline, that's really critical for our legal system. We need legal reform in terms of definitions. The second thing is India lacks a real definition for TFGBV right now. There is no legal instrument that provides us with a national definition. We've seen that there are definitions that have been produced at the level of the UN, and other countries are coming up with context-specific definitions of TFGBV, but India lacks one. And how does that translate on the ground? When there are complaints that take place which are of a nature of cyber harassment or networked harassment, and victims and survivors go to the cops, they don't take it as seriously as, let's say, a similar form of activity that takes place offline. And so we kind of, and we got this kind of feedback from multiple civil society organizations that work in India. So we tried to like then do a little bit of desk research Has there been an intervention abroad that has kind of helped shift the mindset of law enforcement? And what we saw was that in Mexico, there's something known as the Olympia law. There they introduced, there was a similar sort of patriarchal kind of point of view of the law enforcement over there, where they would turn away victims and just say, hey, just block the person. It's not a big deal. We don't need to file the paperwork for a formal police complaint. But after the introduction of the Olympia law, there was a lot of gender sensitive training of law enforcement. They introduced a definition of digital sexual violence, and that led to much better outcomes. I'll pause here and then I'll add more.
No, that's terrific. Thank you. And you're speaking my language on a lot of that. I think thinking about sort of this offline-online distinction as if online's not real is incredibly unhelpful. And I think it's not offline-online world, it's just the world where it's so integrated now in everyone's everyday life. And I think the other point you made about how do we come up with solutions that don't inadvertently exclude women from digital spaces because of the incredible benefits that there are associated with technology. So keeping that tension in mind. Thank you very much. Back to you, Rajesh. I think, and this really builds on what Jitem was saying about deep fake and just the prevalence of deep fake pornography in particular, but not just pornography, actually, deep fake everything. Given rising cases of deep fake abuse, what partnerships do you think are most critical for Google to effectively integrate safety by design or watermarking, detection tools, other safety measures to ensure safety online?
Yeah, thanks. I think very relevant. And we at Google see this problem from two aspects. You talked about partnerships and then, of course, the watermarking. So one is the solution side, which is technical in nature, and the other is the partnership side, without which it cannot be solved, in fact. So we, as Google, have done so much in terms of, say, we have a tool called SynthID. If you generate anything from Gemini, it embeds an imperceptible watermark, audio, video, image, whatever you do, text. There's some signage which it leaves in that content, which can be tested on our platform to see whether it is a AI-generated image or not. Till now, I think we have watermarked more than 10 billion, artifacts which is generated on Google, and we assume going forward, more and more content would be generated on Gemini, right, with the kind of growth which is happening. So that's one thing. Second, of course, you take photos on camera, and then, of course, in that photo also you do a lot of editing. There's a magic editor which is available in Android. So there also we do that both visible and invisible watermarking to make sure that any edited image is easily identified. The third piece within this effort is to really, open source it's anything like SynthID. So what we have also done, there is a platform that we have created where anybody can go and upload a video or an image, and it can give you an outcome saying this was generated by Gemini. So right now it is available only for Gemini, but we have set a standard and we are trying to kind of open source this tool so that anybody else can also create something like that, all the AI models which are out there, and that can be tested. So that is one part. The second is, as you asked about, is partnerships. Partnerships is multidimensional. And of course, when it comes to the most critical one, it is the regulators and the policymakers. And we work very closely with them. Of course, you have seen recently a spate of policies which have come across really to address deepfakes and synthetically generated content and all of it. And we are very much with the government. Along with that, we also run a lot of campaigns, and we have released a safety charter, especially for India. We have opened a Google Safety Engineering Center in India, especially dedicated to all these things. Of course, deepfakes and such harmful content is a part of that Safety Engineering Center's charter. And then along with that, we work very closely with the industry itself, like, the Snap or Metas or anybody else out there. And some examples include the partnerships like C2PA and similarly others. For example, we also work very closely with ncii.org. What they do, they release hashes, right, for any image which is not to be there out on the internet. And if it pops up in any of our searches, we match that hash, we bring it down. So that's how we also coordinate across the industry bodies and standard setting bodies as well. Third is, of course, the civil society and the not-for-profits. We do quite a lot of work with not-for-profits like Cyber Peace, the Asia Foundation. I mentioned about Tech Sakhi, which is something which helps us, retain evidence on ground. So those kind of partnerships are very, very important, especially when it comes to violence against women or any, disadvantaged group of the society. And then finally, the contribution towards the research and the research organizations. So we work very closely with all the IITs, IIScs, and right now we're trying to do something with IIT Delhi also in terms of how this cyberspace can be made more secure. So all of this, when comes together, can only do something to move this needle forward overall in terms of partnerships and the technology coming together.
Great, thank you. I think the point you made about standard setting and things like the marking on Gemini is really important because it does, you would hope, shame some of the other platforms into taking similar measures to indicate when things are deep fakes.
Just to add one point, we are so serious about it. So if you generate an image from Gemini, and even if you, kind of take a photo of that image and then you put it on Synth ID, it will still recognize that it is a synthetically generated image.
That's great. Yeah, it's really good to hear. And I think that sort of speaks to my next question, which is for Jiten, in that SOHUM often uncovers cross-platform abuse networks. So where something might start out on one of the, Google platform, but then it ends up on, Facebook or Instagram or wherever through the Meta platforms. What trends do you see in how perpetrators shift, or people who are uploading this material shift across platforms to avoid detection? And so how do you think companies can better collaborate to prevent this or address it?
That's a very important question, just addressing the first part of it. So based on our limited experience, what we have, observed is this content is not hosted on one platform, it is moving. So when a perpetrator, he's been caught or the deep fake or whatever it is detected, he moves to the next platform. So this abuse which is there, it is actually migrating, it is mutating, and it is multiplying. So earlier, if I talk about 1 year ago, probably that content was just on one platform. But now with the advent of, mirroring and the other techniques which are there, it is just growing like anything. So you would see that there is one content, the original content, which is probably the original piece of content, of course, with the deepfake hash. I'll come on the deepfake hash also because we're working extensively on deepfake hashing as well. So now this has been mirrored to 12 different sites. And then these are like the smaller websites, which probably people are not even aware of. And then this has been, reposted on the platform. So what was one content has been multiplied maybe 40x or 50x. So that's something which has been observed in the past. And what we have observed is, so they move from the mainstream media to the other media. So now if somebody was detected, if a media was detected on, let's say, maybe on Facebook or Instagram, they're moving to the Discords of the world. They're moving to the Telegrams of the world or the dark webs. So this is where you find most of the stuff today, actually, which is residing. And it's becoming very difficult and complex for us to remove it from there. Of course, we are doing our bit. We have a research team who's actually day out working how to remove that content also with the legal framework to remove from those servers also. The third thing that we have realized and what we have observed is, these perpetrators, they would have multiple profiles. They'll have one profile which is probably for luring somebody. The other would be for threatening. And the third, probably they'll have it for leaking the content. And the fourth, they'll be just silently, anonymously observing, what is happening with that person. So this is this observation that we have. Now talking about the solution, because solution is very important. And solution is only collaboration. As I stated earlier, it is not a tech problem, it's a human problem. So collaboration between the tech platforms, collaboration with the policymaker. Policy is just one aspect of it, right? But apart from that, it is the collaboration that we need to have holistically. What we have, observed, because as I said, we are still a startup. We're working with a lot of platforms altogether today. So what we have analyzed is there is something called as a deepfake hash. So now that's a solution that our research team is also working. So every deepfake video would have a hash. So what is this hash? Hash is like a fingerprint. Every deepfake will actually leave by itself a fingerprint. So now once we analyze this fingerprint and we share this fingerprint across the systems. So now let's say if somebody has worked on the same video, it's a deepfake video, even if somebody crops it or somebody copies it or renames it, this particular hash which is there identify that this is a deepfake illegal video. So that platform should not allow it to upload it. That is one aspect of it. The other thing, what we have realized is we need to have, a defect policy. What we have observed, with our experience of, it is still, we cannot quantify it as a huge experience, but still. So, these defects has to be removed very fast. We cannot delay it beyond the weeks. It has taken months also. In fact, there are so many cases I can share, where we have removed it not just in hours, but it has taken us months also. So that should not be the case. Now, this removal has to be cross-platform. So now let's say there is a deepfake which is identified on maybe let's say Instagram, right? So this now what is happening for a victim, she has to write application or she has to flag it on multiple other platforms. So if it has been identified, it's a deepfake, right? It's an illegal or whatever deepfake it is. So now, there should be a policy where this defect detection, once it has happened, so it should be, once it is verified, it is like a global platform coming together. So it is removed here, automatically, it should be removed on the other platforms also. So this is where this integration plays very important role. This is the second point. And third is again, coming to the deeper AI insights that we need to have, because yes, AI is growing, but there are dark sides of the AI also. So today, what I have observed personally, when these cases come up and then they're reported to the platforms, for a platform, it is just a customer service ticket. It's not a human issue. So we need to come out of it and, support these victims as much as possible by standing together.
Thank you. That's very, and I think that point about the response often is essentially a customer service ticket is really, and that absolutely resonates with our research, that is most women's experiences, if they even get that far, and how discouraging, given the harms that are associated, and that they're very real, physical and mental health harms, but also, withdrawal from participation in the community, the economic harms, the social harms, for that to be treated like, you're having a problem with your server for those women who fought so hard to be brave enough to take that step to get that response, it really shuts
even
down.
Just to add, cyberbullying is also a very major problem which is happening, right? I'm not sure if your people are aware of. In the month of January this year, there was a 13-year-old female, a girl in Philippines. She actually suicided for a reason. She was cyberbullied for having pimples.
Yeah.
Which society we are in.
Yep. No, unfortunately, a very common outcome. So definitely doesn't need a customer service response. Actually, I'll go to you next, and then I'll come to you to finish with. Siddharth, how can India ensure that upcoming AI regulations and platforms will adequately address gendered harms, risks and biases that are associated with deepfakes and impersonation?
Okay, so I think that's a really important question. And our kind of research in the report I was talking about earlier alludes to this. I think we need to kind of shift the ethos of regulation in India quite a bit. So right now, there's a lot of emphasis on perfect outcomes from intermediaries, with the threat that their safe harbor protection will be removed if they don't achieve perfection. I think we need to kind of give them an option of, if you're more transparent, then in terms of liability, there'll be a little bit more leniency towards you. So what do I mean by that? In other parts of the world, there are incentives being provided to platform for transparent systemic risk assessments. And then also, what are you doing to mitigate those risks? So which are known as risk mitigations. In certain parts of the world, like in the European Union under its Digital Services Act, it actually categorically mentions that TFGBV is a systemic risk. So you should be measuring your platform's performance against how risky is it for women to encounter TFGBV and also submit to public authorities what kind of risk mitigations are you doing. If you create those kinds of incentives where you're being a lot more transparent with your user bases, with civil society, with regulators, and less so emphasizing that if you do not achieve 100% perfection, then we'll take away your safe harbor protection. That might be a better way to think about regulatory design. The second thing is on the idea of collaboration that a lot of people spoke about. Our report talks a lot about the fact that we need collaboration not just between industry for cross-platform abuse, but to also inform civil society and researchers within a particular market as well. Uh, in that context, what we've talked about are two interventions. One is industry should work with civil society to create best practices in terms of what is a platform safety code of responsible design and what does that look like. And within that, you need to think about, okay, how can I amend or adjust or implement my community guidelines to reflect the realities of the particular market that I'm operating in. The second thing is also trying to ensure that the platform reporting tools are accessible for people within that country. So for example, in India, if caste is a specific issue that people deal with, can my community guidelines make it as accessible as possible for someone to report caste-based harms? The last thing, a couple of things that we've really explored in our report is because there's a risk that when women encounter TFGBV of receding and withdrawing from online spaces, we need to have like measurable benchmarks for trauma-informed rehabilitation so that people gradually can re-enter into these online spaces. So creating more like measurable benchmarks that civil society and platforms can look at in terms of responsiveness of complaints when people are re-entering online spaces and so on and so forth. So I'll pause there and let others comment.
That's terrific. Thank you, Anna. It's actually led beautifully to the final question. So I think, and particularly that point you made about reporting mechanisms that are sensitive to the local context. So in the case of India, if that's around caste, it might be around religion. In other contexts, it might be around ethnicity, a whole range of other intersections that shape people's experiences of this violence, which brings me to my question for you, Sagar. What has Snapchat learned from India about culturally specific TFGBV patterns, and how is the platform adapting its safety by design approach given those patterns?
Yeah, no, very important question. And I think, so there's one thing that we've been doing since the beginning of the year. We call it the Listening Roundtable, and we work very closely with Young Leaders for Active Citizenship, which is a sister organization for TQH, and Siddharth has been a part of it, right? One very stark insight that we got from the teens. So the Listening Roundtables as teens and a cross section of stakeholders who come together and talk to each other. And we are in the listening mode trying to figure out what are the issues and we solve for it and take solutions from them as well. One of the biggest points or the insights that we got was that there is a lack of intergenerational dialogue between users and between teens and parents. There's just a lack of vocabulary in terms of how do you communicate with it, right? So what that does is it takes away a very important aspect of the whole of ecosystem approach, right? The perpetration happens on a platform, but their genesis is somewhere offline. When the harm is committed, who do you go and interact with? Who's your first point of support? Are they your parents? No. They're often your peers, they're your friends in school, in your college, and that is where the conversation actually starts. So what is the solution for that? We have something called Family Center. And one of the feedback that we got in the last listening roundtable that we did just about a couple of weeks back, and very succinctly put, only a teenager can put it, saying, hey, the Family Center looks great, but why is it not more at my face when I'm using the app, right? So one thing that we did over the last 5-6 months, we did a campaign called Care Not Control, because teenagers at that point of time, when you're 14, 15, 16, you're starting getting rebellious. There are things that you start feeling that you've never felt before, and it sort of creates like a dissonance in terms of how you want to communicate with the people that are closest to you. So we did a campaign called Care Not Control. We teamed up with 6 regional creators, and we started talking about family center and how parents can be part of your journey, right? Without infringing on your privacy, for example. So you get to see who your son or daughter or your care, this thing is talking to without reading their chats. You can request a location from your kid in terms of where they're going, and with whom are you talking to, in what frequency, without actually infringing, way at the core level of privacy, right? And I think that's very important, and that is how real life communication also takes place, and real life information sharing between teens and their parents take place. As I said before, a snap, it not being a town square, and it's not something that people come for virality. A lot of the harms that we see are through chats, right? It's through interpersonal relationship. So if you're a 16-year-old or a 17-year-old and you're sending consensually at that point of time intimate imagery, but things go south, then what do you do, right? There are inbuilt tools which send or pop up an alert saying, "Are you sure? Do you want to do this?" Right? As a platform, how do you sort of strike the right balance between agency and prevention, right? That's a very thin line that platforms have to maneuver and walk on. And it's an iterative process. You cannot have one-stop solution saying, "Ki, this is what we are doing and it's going to be perfect." It's about listening to feedback. It's about constantly going back to your product teams and telling them, "This is what we've heard and these are the solutions. How do we go ahead with it?" And these are global platforms, right? Google is a global platform. We are a global platform. So when you're trying to look at it from say my perspective, or maybe Rajesh's perspective as well, how are you going to communicate to your product team? The reality of India is whatever is true in India, the opposite is also true within the same country. Now you're trying to design a solution without upsetting the global ethos of the platform. So, I mean, but reputationally speaking, nobody wants to have bad actors on their platform, right? It's a business risk more than anything else. So a lot of people talk about, whether platforms are incentivized to keep their platforms. So yes, it's a business risk, the advertisements that you have to sell, the brands will stay away from you if you're looked at as a nefarious platform, which is not doing anything to curb malicious intent on the platform. I don't know if I went to the core of the question, but it's whole of the ecosystem issue. There are checks and balances in place, but long story short, it is an iterative process. Collaborations are the need of the hour. We work with a lot of platforms as well. And I think that is how you can tackle it. You cannot completely eliminate it. As long as offline harms exist, online harms will continue to stay. Yeah.
Yes, which I think brings us back to the point that was raised in the first panel about this as a social issue rather than just a tech issue. It's a whole of society feminist issue. Now, this is not a common opportunity for people from civil society, from the range of actors that we have in the room at the moment, to have the opportunity to ask questions with Google, Snapchat, and also platforms who are developing tech-based solutions. So I'd like you all to take your chance. And I can see a hand in the air already, a couple. Do we have a roving mic that we can take down there, or I can hand over one of these?
We've got one here for the responses.
So I'm Anindita. I'm from Enfold. I work on adolescent rights. And some of you may be aware that according to the new DPDP rules, no one below 18 can share their data without the permission of their parents. And if you look at the wording of it, the identity of an adolescent is subsumed within the identity of their parents. So what do you feel about that? I mean, that's something I want to ask to the entire panel, but specifically to Sagar and to Ranjan. Like you said, how much do you invest in actually putting out all the reporting and response tools out there, like in public hoardings or right as you enter the app, as compared to, say, the product itself? Like how much do you invest in the awareness building in a fun and engaging way that's easy to like immediately get, okay, this is what I'm getting into and this is what I can do if something goes wrong, especially keeping in mind adolescents. That's my.
Sorry, could you repeat the DPDP part of the question?
So now the DPDP rules say that no one below the age of 18 can share their data with any platform unless their parent gives permission. So of course now kids just say they're 18, but if they were to comply, they'd have to take permission from their parents.
I mean, folks here can correct me, but as far as we've been reading it, I think self-declaration obviously is part of it. And I think what you're referring to is verifiable parental consent. And parent is defined as anybody who's over 18. And I think that's done intentionally, keeping in mind the social milieu of the country, right? Like you have an issue with shared devices in this country. There's one phone and 5 people are using it in a family. So how do you keep track in all of this? And again there, right, like tool, like for us, family center is a very important tool which we intend to socialize even further. And as I just said, with the feedback that we got from our listening roundtables, we did do a campaign where we got creators to put out content in a very fun, engaging, organic way, which is suited and tailor-made to the audiences that they have amassed through their journey as content creators to talk about something like Family Center. And you're right, it's a process that you have to keep building on, even with reporting tools. That's a feedback that we keep getting from the teams that we interact with in our sessions, saying sometimes we report, we do not get to know what happened with that report. What are you going to do to ensure that the reporting tools are more out there? In some cases, when I spoke about the one-to-one chat, when somebody is trying to contact you who's not into your friend list, who's not a part of your contact list, the reporting feature becomes a lot more prominent. It tells you, saying, do you really want to engage with this person or do you want to block or report? It's right there when you're doing the chat. But these are design decisions that can keep evolving and keep improving. So yeah, point well taken. I mean, I wouldn't have answers to all the questions in terms of how are we going to do it in future, but that is a conversation that we constantly keep having with our folks at the product side as well.
Yeah, thanks. And just to, first echo what Sagar said in terms of it's an evolving space. And to your question about DPDP, of course, the self-declaration part is there, but initially when it started, it was more about verification. And then eventually the government realized the problems with that verification angle. We at Google have always advocated more about assurance than verification. And even with self-declaration, it can be misused. And that's where assurance comes to your rescue, because it then does not only factor in a few things to assure whether the person on the screen is a child or an adult, right? Accordingly, the content is so. And we have a very specific policy with that we don't serve targeted ads to anybody below 18, right? So those kind of safety measures are already in place. Secondly, in terms of tools, the family link that we have is the core of our philosophy in terms of how a kid can be protected online when using specifically Google tools. We have multiple tools. YouTube Kids are there, so Safe Search is there. You can do a lot of screen time monitoring, downtime is there, remote lock is there, location sharing is there. But of course, it cannot be used by everybody because the lack of awareness is also a problem. I took Family Link as an example. I don't know how many people would be first knowing about it and using that tool, which is already available for free. So that's sometimes a problem. We try to promote it quite a lot as Google. As you rightly said, what are you doing about it, even if the tools are there? So that is there. And then, as I earlier quoted, a lot of tools which are anyway for general purpose safety as well, which do cover kids at the same time. Also, through that assurance process, our AI tools also factor that into account, because if somebody is interacting and appears to be a child, the kind of answers that child should be getting is something which has to be very, very sensitive. And we have seen examples of some of the chatbots and the kind of answers which a few of the children have got. So we are very mindful, very conservative when it comes to children and child safety. And as told by Sagar, it is still evolving, and of course, nobody's there 100%. We'll need more cooperation from the parents themselves, because of course the child is not that aware, not that capable, and parents need to step in at some point of time to increase that safety.
Thank you. I think it does also speak to the need to increase awareness of parents, speaking as a random sample of one. You were next, your neighbour. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks so much for that insightful panel. One quick sort of response to Siddharth's point. Thank you for mentioning Olympia law. I wanted to bring it up in my panel as well. It is a groundbreaking legislation, and it's something that I think Argentina is also going to adopt. But I was curious to understand, because I did follow the debate quite a lot, and an important point to add to it is that there was also a 1 decade long movement that sort of preceded it and sort of culminated in legislation reform, right? So I think the movement started around 2013, 2014, and the law was implemented, I think, in 2021 or 22, right? But I'm curious to know the impact assessment that you've sort of mentioned, because while there's some sporadic literature saying that there has some, particularly around gender norms, it doesn't seem to be massive, right? And the whole point of re-victimization, et cetera, seems to be ongoing. So it's curious to know how you made that correlation. And so just one more sort of additional point, and this also touches upon the whole question of data transparency, also the point of definition that you mentioned. It's not as if India does not have definitions, right? So even for the cybercrime portal, if you go ahead and like if you actually try to log a complaint, you'll see that the portal does do segregation, right? It does define certain sort of things. So I was curious, one major challenge is, of course, that there's no data that we get from these portals, and there's definitely not gender discriminated data. And adding to that, I was also curious to know, and completely taking on point all of the business models and all the considerations, that what role do private players in that sense? Like obviously you also are sitting on interesting data on transgressions, violations, all of that, right? And this is directly touching upon the point of methodological challenges in terms of quantifying TFGB, and there are real methodological challenges there, right? So if we want to address this whole data gap that we're seeing, how do we go about it, right?
Great. So I'll try and answer it one by one. So just taking on the question, the query around the Olympia law in Mexico and what were our observations. So basically, I think what we saw was after the enactment of the Olympia law, there was also like reform within the country to actually do the training of the law enforcement to actually implement the, like whenever there's a complaint of digital sexual violence, these are the steps you need to take in terms of listening to the victim, taking on the evidence, filing the case, and so on and so forth. So that is a delta that we want to see kind of in India as well, because what we saw was in our conversations with civil society, even for like really like serious complaints, more often than not, they'll just say, go back and just take this kind of at-home remedy, which is block the account, but no formal complaint will be taken on board by the law enforcement. So what we wanted to say is, if in fact India were to take the step of a formal recognition of TFGBV within Indian legislation, then there can be next steps, which is the training of law enforcement, first at the Ministry of Home Affairs level, then at the state and the local levels as well. So that is the normative social change that we were hoping if there is a definition of TFGBV in India. Now coming to whether we do see definitions, so we do a huge landscape kind of mapping exercise in that report that I was talking about. And what we see is that we have a patchwork of offenses under the BNS as well as the IT Act as well. And they look at like parts of certain types of online cybercrime against women, but they're not complete solutions. And when like cops on the ground have to use like a patchwork of sections to file a case, firstly, the burden of proof is really high. So a lot of cases can't move forward as a result. And that's why having more targeted tech-specific definitions help. And the last thing is Indian laws really struggle to be able to map, for example, what is networked harassment, which is one person is being inundated with partially legal speech, but overall it leads to the effect of cyberbullying, what they were talking about. So these are the kinds of gaps that we've tried to say, is that we don't have a very mature taxonomy and vocabulary, as Sagar was talking about, in terms of how do you define TFGBV, and then what all should fall within TFGBV? Sorry, might have been another question, but.
I think you did pretty well. And I think that point about sort of the volume of acts that constitutes a crime or harms is really challenging, where, you know, someone getting one text message from an aggrieved former partner may not be harmful, but if you're getting 300 in an hour, that is. And so how do our laws account for that? Yeah, it's a really good point. We had a question up the back. Yes, thank you.
Everyone, is it on?
So just slide that middle button up so you get the bright green light. Thanks, Dilip.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you
Yeah,
are.
thanks. And thank you so much for the discussions, all the organizations present on the dais right now. Amazing to hear the work that is underway and the thought that's behind it. One of the things just I wanted to understand, right now in India, from the multiple vulnerability point of view, there are a lot of, say, systems and institutions in place. So if we are talking about, say, violence against women, we are having the Shakti policy in place that is giving us the one-stop centers. If we are looking at the elderly, then we are having the elderly care perspectives in place. Transgenders, we are having an institution of Garima Greh, and similarly. So there is the recognition of atrocities against persons with disabilities, atrocities against persons marginalized by class and caste. Are any of your interventions, dialogues, discussions feeding into any of these institutions in any way? Not nationally, we know nationally I haven't come across. Any of the states, any of the pockets, impact may not be the right word right now, but at least a plausible result where it has been visible. And this becomes very important because one of the things is things are sustainable when they're fed into existing systems and more or less when they're government systems. Secondly, we have seen neither of these systems, considering the intersectionalities, are not talking to each other. So considering this particular context, it'll be great to hear if there are any such instances anyone can share, please. Thank you.
So, yeah, so, let me just answer. Over the past few months, we are trying to bring all these organizations together. As I said, collaboration is the only answer. So what we have done in the past, we are knocking at the doors of all these organizations, how we can actually bring up an integrated system. Because when all of these organizations, of course, today they're working in silos, even that, but once they work together, because that should be a common mission. Once we actually work on that common mission. So what we have done, we've actually knocked at the doors of the US, government level. There was a website called Mr. Deepfakes. I'm not sure if you guys are aware of it. There were about 17,000 deepfakes which were there on that website. And 6 of our, the females whom we supported, we actually removed 6 videos from there. But that was not enough because there were 17,000 deepfakes which were there. So from there, taking this use case of these 6 women, actually we knocked at the door of the US government. And of course, we spoke at major conferences also. It was only March 8th this year, there was a proper legal takedown law which was originated. Before that, there was nothing which is even existing in the US as well. You leave apart the other countries that we're talking about. So today, I don't take the credit of it, but yes, by working with these organizations together, bringing them together, today we could bring down the entire website, Mr. Deepfakes, down. This website doesn't exist now. So
see the article in today's Guardian about Mr. Deepfakes. Yep. It's finished, but it lives on in other forms.
No, but now this guy has been arrested now. So this is the live example of, when we actually bring all of these stakeholders together, and when they work as one machinery, there is a solution. But if we work in silos, there is no solution at all.
Sorry, Jitin, just to add on to it, if
Yes,
I
please.
may. The organizations you're referring to,
Yeah.
was there, because my question was primarily in the context of the government machinery and the institutions in place right now. So any of the organizations were let's say, government in nature or in place, or rather more organizations working as a mandate, maybe more non-government in nature, CSOs?
CSOs primarily. Yeah, but then, because this is not just about Mr. Deepfakes. The problem is with, everywhere, not just about Meta, if I'm talking about, not just Google. But as I mentioned to, Rajesh also, Meta has been the most, quickest in terms of removals, right? If something just goes live, which is like non-consensual on YouTube, we have taken it down in 2 hours. But if it is on Meta, yes, we all know that. Instagram, it has taken like weeks and weeks to remove it from Meta. So again, so this governance has to come at a top-down approach. So it cannot just happen at the individual level. So the governments across the world, they need to unite together to take this as a danger, as a crime. And only then we can have a solution.
So we do work with the multiple of these organizations. And I think just one statement to be corrected. What he meant was that Google platforms are the fastest in takedown. So, so basically, we do, of course, as Google, we do a lot of work, but as google.org, we do a lot of work, which is our CSR arm, and which works directly with the ministry, like the Ministry of Women and Child Development. We do a lot of work. And we see it from two angles. One is, of course, the direct tackle of, harms, abuses, etc. The other side is empowerment. The more you empower, the lesser the abuse becomes. So with NASCOM Foundation, for example, we work quite a lot in states like Bihar, Haryana, Uttarakhand, Himachal, a lot of states where we go and work together and generate rural livelihoods for women. And it has impacted really, well in terms of how the harms have decreased. And then, as I mentioned to you, the Tech Sakhi platform is a really great example. You just go and read more about it. It's a direct intervention that we have done. And it is a multilingual platform where you can come and, report, and then it will help you. Again, through both government and private effort that has been created. We have worked, for example, with Rocket Learning to create a platform for the ASHA workers, because when they go on their centers and they work, their children become vulnerable and they are not able to, learn in the most formative ages, say 3 to 6 years. So they have created some app called Apu, which helps the children learn, a lot of linguistic skills. So we are looking at this problem from both angles. One is, of course, direct harm, mitigating that, and the empowerment side as well. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. And we've got one more, and I will say, I think that part of our responsibility as a community is also to reward platforms that are making an effort and taking this seriously, and not reward those platforms that are not. And I would put Meta in that category. But also, I think the point that was raised on the previous panel about the big shift that occurred a couple of years ago with Twitter changing to X, and we should not be rewarding that behavior. Question up the back now.
Thank you. My question is for Jitin, but if anybody else would like to tackle it, please feel free. Because you spoke explicitly about working with survivors to kind of tackle deepfakes and take down pornography, so on, so forth, etc. Earlier today and in the panel today, we did talk a little bit about survivor-centric approaches. So I was wondering if there is any element of that you've incorporated in your work. How do you ensure that the women you're working with, their dignity is preserved and their pain isn't being exploited?
I'm sure everyone could have a go with that, but maybe if we start with
That's a brilliant question. So first of all is the secrecy and the privacy of this female has to be kept. So we have developed a system where we keep the anonymity of the person. That is important. And even when it is escalated to the platforms, we maintain that. Because that's a bigger risk. If this is leaked, it's a bigger risk. Now the only challenge that we are also facing today is our website was hacked twice. Right. So it is not about how deeply you want to help, but it is also about the perpetrator's mindset. That is very important to understand, because if they can go and create any deepfake, and once it is, because do we think they have any fear? Absolutely no. because they are behind a firewall. They are actually controlling the threads on which the dignity and the identity of a female is actually lying. So, but yes, policies are in place. We are trying to control that as much as possible. We have a control channel through which we actually, maintain the secrecy and the privacy of that issue that has happened. And of course, as I mentioned, my number is there on the website itself. I get contacted by these females or their boyfriends or their parents directly. And we maintain that. We maintain that to the core of it. Yeah, I think that's all what I wanted to, share on this thing.
Centric approaches.
I mean, the only thing that we've kind of tried to incorporate in our report is that LEAs in general need better sensitization training. And in that context, the way that they kind of collect evidence, take notes, and file cases to try and respect the privacy of the survivor as much as possible. And we've also spoken about the fact that in terms of there are often civil society organizations on the ground who kind of handhold survivors in that complaint filing journey. So a little bit more investments to support those kinds of organizations because they work within the community to work in the interests of survivors. So we've kind of spotlighted that as well in our report.
Terrific. And I think it speaks to the need for really greater effort in building the skills and knowledge also of frontline responders in whatever form they are. We were speaking in the lunch break about police, for example, and how evidence is collected. And if it's not collected, following accurate processes, court cases get thrown out. And so the women have gone through all of that reporting. They've shared this pain that they're experiencing. For it to be dismissed on technicalities is just infuriating. So it does really speak to the need to work with support agencies, including police. Now, we're at time. I'm getting the message now. I can see there were hands that we've got. Have we got time?
Use the tea break to continue.
Okay, we'll use the. Oh, sorry, I feel bad. There's a woman with a microphone in her hand. But we will stop now. Otherwise, we could talk about this forever. But I really do want to thank our panel because, as I said, this is an unusual opportunity to engage with people working in the tech space for our civil society colleagues. And I'm very grateful to your being here and to subjecting yourself to questions over the tea break. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Apologies for cutting short the session. We have 15 minutes to enjoy a cup of hot tea or coffee before we come back for the last session, which is the Living Lab. Many thanks to the panelists. We hope we'll be able to offer another 15 minutes of your time for other pressing questions from the room. Thank you so much again for joining us today.
So much Suraj's friend, Suraj Rao.
That's not.
Like 16,000 plus.
Also speaking from the podium is Can we please have participants back in the room? We are ready to begin with our third session. And the sooner you're in, the earlier we finish. So Friday evening is all yours. Okay, let's get started as people trickle back in to something that we are calling the Living Lab, because this is really our co-creation segment of the day. And this is also the segment where we've allowed for maximum time for audience participation and engagement. We are very aware of the fact that there were lots of questions that perhaps could not be posed to the panelists in sessions 1 and 2. We are hoping this will remedy that. So in the spirit of the 16 days theme, we feel this is where we will really unite, so to say, to come together, to respond to these challenges that we've discussed, either in terms of what research and evidence tells us, or in terms of what we are seeing as more practical examples. And what we want to achieve at the end of this session is recommendations in terms of solutions, innovations. What is it that we can really hope to implement in the next year or two to achieve measurable change? This lab is designed around 3 critical levers of change: user rights and safety, institutional and platform accountability, and the policy and regulatory framework. We'll spend 30 minutes each across each of these themes, and we'll be guided by expert reflections who will then be seeking reactions and responses from the group. And the responses that we get here today will feed into a roadmap that we will be developing at the end of this consultation. So without further ado, let's get started. The first segment that we will be looking at is strengthening user rights and safety. We are seeing an upsurge in the design and rollout of women-centered spaces online. Her Circle is one such space where women can connect, converse, and seek expert guidance. We invite Tanya Chaitanya to reflect on the norms and community rules that actually work to help keep women safe online in professional, social, and other networks and spaces. By way of introduction, Ms. Tanya Chaitanya is the CEO and the editor-in-chief for Her Circle and the president, Digital and Diversity Initiatives at Reliance. In her current role, she builds digital communities with the purpose of inclusion and empowerment while harnessing the Reliance and Jio Group's technological strength and reach. Through Her Circle, Tanya is leading India's largest women's content and social networking platform with a reach of over 590 million and close to 6 lakh registered women users. Tanya, we are really happy to have you here with us, and we welcome you for your reflections. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here, UNFPA. I am Tanya Chaitanya, as she previously introduced me, CEO and editor-in-chief of Her Circle and president, Digital Diversity Reliance. But as my 13-year-old daughter calls me, I am the doom scroller in chief. Constantly on my phone. She has once asked me, Mama, do you love me as much as you love your phone? So that's like an extension of me. And that is what we all are guilty of to some extent, I'm sure. We are constantly on our phones, whether it comes to interacting with family, whether it comes to being on social media, or it is the conveniences that the phone gives us. So I'm going to talk about how the digital world really promises certain things specifically to women and girls. This tiny device, it gives us the freedom to work, learn, earn, and express ourselves from anywhere. It gives us the convenience to get cabs, consultations, everything is just a tap away. It gives us connection to communities, opportunities, and ideas we might never have access to. But this same device also brings everything that the real world throws at us. It's only amplified further. There is harassment, stalking, sexualized threats, non-consensual image sharing, deep fakes, identity theft, blackmail, hate campaigns. This technology-facilitated violence against women and girls comprises a whole spectrum of abuse that uses tech as the weapon or the stage. It includes trolling, doxing, image-based abuse, cyberstalking, and even location tracking through apps and GPS. Studies suggest that in some countries, between 16% and 58% of women have experienced some form of digital abuse. And yet fewer than 40% of countries actually have effected specific laws protecting women from cyber harassment or cyber stalking. So the promise is huge, but so is the price. I'll begin with a case that sounds like science fiction, but it isn't. In the UK, police are investigating one of the first reported cases of a virtual gang rape in the metaverse. A girl under 16 was using a VR headset, playing an immersive game when her avatar, her digital self, was surrounded and sexually attacked by several adult men's avatars. When this case became public and we published it, the comments online were brutal. Couldn't she just switch it off? Let's focus on real crime. I get killed in Call of Duty every day, the game. Should I file an FIR? But here's the fundamental difference. In a shooter game, you expect your avatar to be shot down and killed. That is the point of that specific game. There is no virtual game where the objective is to rape a child. The fact that adults were not only able to do this, but to do it in a supposedly fun, social environment, that is the problem. This is not a brand new debate. As early as the 1990s, a famous essay described a rape in cyberspace, documenting how people whose avatars were assaulted in a virtual community reported trauma that felt disturbingly similar to the real world trauma. The lesson, very simple. Our avatars and the metaverse may be virtual, but the emotions are very, very real. Let's fast forward from a year to now. In 2025, teachers in the UK have reported a disturbing pattern. Schoolboys using AI-powered nudifying apps to create fake naked images of their classmates and teachers. One poll found out that about 1 in 10 secondary school teachers knew or were subjected to deepfake or AI nudity incidents in just the last year. In one case, a girl was so horrified when she discovered a fake explicit image of herself being shared that she ran out of school, locked herself up, and tried to kill herself. Some others have stopped attending school, lost friends, or developed severe anxiety. This is not limited to one country. Similar incidents are being reported across Spain, Australia, the US, and of course, India. So this is what is happening to 11 to 16-year-olds. We need to be very clear. Digital violence isn't just online mischief. It's a public health issue. It's a human rights issue. So I'm going to zoom out from individual stories for a moment and look at some UN and UN-affiliated studies which show that women who are journalists, activists, politicians, or human rights defenders are particularly targeted online. often facing what the UN calls double attacks, offline and online pressure and threats. Today in the morning, I was reading about Yalda Hakim of Sky News and how there was a deepfake that was created, which could cause worldwide global threat, because here is an interview that they have showcased, which is completely deepfake. Her interviewing the former president of Pakistan's sister, talking about how he is in a terrible state, in the jail, he may not survive, etc. This could actually lead to a war, a warlike situation, and definitely a civil war. So here's a large share of women who experience online abuse, and they report mental health consequences, which could range from anxiety, stress, and even self-censorship, stopping them from speaking, posting, or participating publicly. On one major social platform, Amnesty International and Element AI found that women in public life received 1.1 million abusive or problematic tweets in a single year. That's roughly 1 in every 30 seconds. In India, a study of tweets to 95 women politicians revealed a shocking scale of abuse, with women from marginalized communities facing an even higher risk of violent and misogynistic attacks. I am a journalist. I empathize with journalists, but I also know that women journalists are under siege now more than ever. One analysis notes that for many women in India, rape threats, doxing, and death threats have become almost routine. So much so that they are described as a daily diet on their social feeds. And the pattern is very clear. The more visible you are, the more you speak, the more abuse you attract. Silence becomes the cost women pay for staying safe online. India is experiencing what you might call a digital paradox. More women online, more services, more opportunities, but also more cybercrime and more gendered abuse. According to NCRB related analysis and current affairs reviews, cybercrime cases in India rose by around 31% in 2023, with over 86,000 cases reported. Cyber offenses increasingly involve cheating by impersonation, sextortion, and harassment on social platforms. One of the most dangerous myths today is that digital violence is somehow less serious because it is online. You could tell that to the woman whose intimate photos were shared in a family WhatsApp group, the girl whose deepfake image circulated in her college, followed her to internships and haunted her job interviews, the journalist whose home address and phone number were posted publicly and who now jumps at every doorbell. Technology facilitated gender-based violence is consistently linked to offline harms, stalking, assault, loss of livelihood, mental health crisis, and in some cases, suicide. Yet, almost half the world's women and girls have no specific legal protection from these digital forms of abuse. When someone says, why doesn't she just log out? The answer is because the harm doesn't log out. The screenshots stay, the reputation stays, and the fear stays. So what are we asking women to do? We are told, don't post that picture, don't stay online so late, don't share your opinion, don't join the group, don't click that link. It begins to sound a lot like what we are told in the regular analog world, where we were told, don't go out at night, don't wear this, don't walk alone, don't laugh too loudly. Are we going to recreate the same restrictions in the digital world that we have been fighting in the physical one? This is where Her Circle comes in. We launched Her Circle in 2021. It's a digital community, a content ecosystem for women. And today we have about 7.5 lakh registered women entrepreneurs, users. We have a social media imprint and footprint of over 1 million. And we have about 590 million reach thanks to our Geo and Reliance Foundation benefactors. But the vision was always very simple: to bridge the digital gender divide, to be a safe space for growth. And we, as a content platform, put out videos, articles. There are stories that you read about policies that are available for women. There is content that is oriented towards solutions. We also have a community which is built to have a two-way dialogue. Women can talk about their issues, their concerns, they can collaborate, they can network with each other within this community. We also have personalized trackers where women can track their financial goals, their health goals, there is also a period tracker, there's a fertility tracker. So it's a one-stop shop where women can come in and be themselves. What we work with in terms of our pillars are sustainability, inclusivity, and sisterhood. How did we build Her Circle? How did we make it so safe? So let's say that we wanted to build a door, but we knew if the door was not heavy enough, anybody could enter and then the system would stay very safe. So we ensured that the content was being delivered to people of all gender, but it was the community that was only women-centric. When we launched, we had a very simple entry point process. You could give in your details. If you said you were a man, you were told very clearly that you can't be a part of the community, but to access the content. However, when we realized that was a way to really leak entry to various individuals, and we did see a form of abuse that happened. So we quickly changed that door and we decided to build a more robust system. We had AI-enabled facial recognition at the entry point itself. And this was not an image that you could upload, but it had to be a live image at that point itself as you were entering the platform. Men can still access content, but because we definitely want allies. But interactive zones like the community, networking, support groups, and the tools are only for women. If you have verified as a woman, you can get access to that. And yes, trans women are women. Then we stressed upon bilingual no-go language filters. We fed our systems with slurs, abusive phrases, sexualized terms in multiple languages, and taught it to block those immediately. However, we have never relied entirely on AI automation. We have always paired it with human moderation. Every user is mapped to a phone number on the platform. If someone is blocked for abuse, they cannot just create a quick new handle and slip back into the system. We also have a robust block report mechanism. For any woman, if she is noticing another woman being harassed, she can also block and report the user. Our team acts on this along with our users of the platform. We also do social listening beyond our walls. We monitor abuse on our social handles across platforms like Meta. If someone is repeatedly targeting any member of our community or team, we block and report them there. And we have a cross-platform blocking system. So if you have abused an individual on our Meta handle, then you also get blocked on our app as well as our website and website. So this is not very glamorous. It doesn't show up in the features list on the App Store when you are downloading Her Circle. But this is what safety by design looks like in practice. I'd like to share another story that really shaped our ethics at Her Circle. At one point, a very reputable, let's be very candid, it's a room where we are talking openly. It was an internal unit, a health medical unit within Reliance that reached out to us saying, we have some great health and wellness offers. Please share your database. We will be able to send out those promotional offers to your database. And we took that very hard call. We said, we have promised our user absolute and complete privacy. There is going to be no leak, not to us even. So the way the system works is even I do not have access to the database. It is a very firmly closed system and no one can send out promotional. Of course, we do send out newsletters, but there is no promotional content being shared with our users. And this also comes because around the same time as we were launching, the Zivame breach happened. I'm not sure how many of you know about it. But in 2023, a personal information of around 1.5 million
women customers of the intimate wear platform was put up for sale on the dark web for about $500,000 in cryptocurrency. Names, emails, phone numbers, and home addresses, data that is especially sensitive considering the context of lingerie shopping, were exposed. And so that was one of the biggest lessons for us, learnings for us, to never give that database out, even if it will give you a 50% discount on Tira. Sorry. These are not abstract cyber incidents, though. These are survivors whose abusive partners can now track their addresses, young women whose conservative families might discover what they're buying, customers who lose trust in every woman-centric platform that comes after. So yes, Reliance may be our parent company, but Her Circle's allegiance is to our users. We don't sell our trust for ad money, partnerships, or growth hacks. We are and we intend to remain Her Circle. So now let me throw this out to the audience. We have a few features. They may be a little nascent in nature. The big five have already got larger features. They protect they protect our presence on their platforms. However, it's not, as we all know, it's not all secure. I want to ask us in the audience, if you don't want to shrink yourself, you don't want to log off, and you don't want to stay silent, and if you want to change something in your favorite social media platform, what is that one feature you would like to introduce? I think it's all yours now. Everyone has a favorite social media platform where they would like to introduce a feature.
I think I'm louder, but I think it already has, like, for example, in Instagram, it is easier for me when I have to share with limited set of people. Otherwise,
Close
instead of
friends.
posting it online very publicly, I have limited set of people I can share it with.
Yes, so you can have the close friends possibility. However, the post option doesn't allow that, does it?
Yes.
So if you are a public profile and you want to post something privately, you can't post that. You can put up an Insta story, right? But yes, I think a lot of us use that close friends feature. Anything else? Any AI-powered news shield that detects, hides toxic content, or I'm just asking you guys. You may have more ideas. We may be able to introduce those.
That you can't take screenshots of your Instagram. I think Facebook allows that you can't take screenshots.
Yes.
On Instagram, you can still take screenshots.
Yes. Instagram allows screenshots. Facebook doesn't. And of course, our office mails and our Teams doesn't allow. So I think we may want to follow suit there. That's an interesting one. Any other moderation points? Anything that you would like to suggest?
So nowadays, because of algorithms and stuff, I know all of our social medias are very catered to us, Instagram especially. And I think that has further led to echo chambers being created. But there was a time back in the day where social media was about being social, having a look at what other people are saying, the thoughts and ideas that are out there. And there was a public discourse that was to be had. I don't know how that would translate into a feature, considering that's what we had and we've evolved into this. But some sort of element of that, where there is instead of echo chambers, you are creating conversation.
Yes, and not getting offended too easily.
Exactly,
People
because
have
it's
their own
conversational. It's not about being right or wrong. It's just perspectives and opinions being shared.
I would exhort everybody to please download the Her Circle app and platform and see for yourself if it works for you. No one is forcing anyone. But yes, there's a lot of engagement. Women ask questions without hesitation. It's good to not be watching over your shoulder every time you say something or do something. So yes, that as a space we work around. Any other features anyone feels? I'm really interested in knowing, not only will we introduce it at Her Circle, but I think we can also pass it on to the big five and the larger tech companies. Any instances that you have So I'll actually be even more. Yes, please.
I just wanted to, thank you. I just wanted to give an instance of working with livelihoods. So it's a different, that's why I hesitated. But when you just said maybe, we work with urban informal workers, a very, very large skilling institution, which is building its own platform for the trainees. And we were very, very deeply involved in the design of an app for all those workers who, of course, run in tens of thousands. So it's a kind of lifelong program for a very poor informal workers who work in jobs very similar to urban company. So masseurs and beauticians and all of those. So in building the app, because companies like Urban Company penalize if you cannot work a 9 to 5 or a 8 to 10. And, the algorithm is trained to track those who will refuse to take allotted work. We decided to work against the grain to say, if women have little children and are only able to work from 12 to 5, the app should be able to record the hours that they are free to offer their services. So it's a kind of a proactive way by which you kind of account for the care work that women do at home and not deprive them of the kind of economic empowerment you want to see, so that the app allows workers on that platform to gain instead of being disincentivized. Yeah.
Absolutely. And this is fantastic. Urban Company in Mumbai, I'm sure it's also available in Delhi. Urban Company now also has house help coming for a few hours, etc. And once you book one, you also get a query coming in on your WhatsApp and your contact, asking if there's going to be a woman at home, which I think is a good question. And only based on that response do you actually get that service then to your place.
Yeah.
So that is a feature. Yes.
Yeah. I'd also like to add to this and say that, like how China has implemented this kind of law where they only sort of the only people who have certifications and degrees in psychology and other mental health or our mental health practitioners can give out advices or suggestions or create content around it on social media. I think that's so important. Even in India, where discussions around mental health are sort of diluted. Even people who don't have some certain kind of certification, and it only doesn't happen in mental health, but it also happens in beauty, skincare, all of these industries where huge markets have been created post social media. So certain kind of regulation in terms of who can create content and who can give advice through content is required in terms of content moderation.
Absolutely, I agree with that. In fact, that's the basic rule of journalism. You do not go giving advice on anything, any topic rather. You have to have attributions of experts, and they are the ones giving the solutions. So that's how it works, even for the content we create on Her Circle. If there is a doctor talking about mental health, only then will that content be put out, be it on our platform or on our social media handles. But that's the very basic rule of journalism, which nobody seems to follow today. Content creation needs to happen.
Even in panels these days, content creators are called people who create content on mental health or create certain kind. They are called on panels to give advices, which is, I don't know how that works out, but it does.
Scary. It's very scary. I agree.
I just wanted to add to that. Couldn't agree more. A related point, I think India is doing it in some shape and form today. But again, the fact that all kinds of messages are put out promoting products, messaging, services, whatnot, most of them are getting paid to do it. And the fact that something is sponsored or that something is a paid partnership is in very small font somewhere here, there, creative ways to bystep it. And then the fact, I mean, if somebody has reach, they get paid more based on the reach that they have. Younger people are obviously more gullible to think that, oh, if person X is saying this, must be the most credible, especially because some of them enjoy a huge fan following. So there has to be some accountability that puts it up front and center. This person is getting paid to say this, so that the user can then process the information accordingly. Yeah.
So there are certain policies and rules that are in place for this, saying you have to say it's a paid partnership or an ad, etc. However, when you're giving mental health advice, or even if you're giving beauty advice, you are actually talking to somebody about how they will be dealing with their life. What are the repercussions possible here? Without an expert opinion, are we exposing individuals to something very extreme? And that's the risk here. Yes, I agree. There should be a regulatory body. Any other thoughts, speeches?
No, just because you mentioned there should be a regulatory body, and I've been a tech lawyer for the large part of my career. So you're right, there is ASCII, the Consumer Protection Council Authority. They do come out with regulations on the kind of people who can actually give out advice on, let's say, financial advice. We have a lot of influencers now on advice related to health and food. So there are some regulations, but of course, enforcement is where, we are lacking. ASCII comes out with its reports every year where there says the infraction rate is 80% or 90%. Most of the advertisements, most of the disclosure requirements are not met. So the regulations are in place, but it's the implementation. Yeah.
Yes. And also the big tech companies then need to penalize. They need to come together, but it's a lot about money as well, right? It all boils down to that at the end of the day. Any other features, ideas, thoughts? Yes.
Sorry, I'm coming in again. But I just wanted to say that one of the things that seems like important and almost like a no-brainer is if algorithms and AI are really leading to virality and amplification of misogyny or sexism, then you also need, as good actors or good faith actors, you also need the power of AI to counter it at some level. In the sense that I'm not saying that you use tech to cancel tech or anything, but basically the idea that and we've been saying this for a long time in our policy interventions, that it's quite possible and plausible for very rich, very big, significant social media platforms, as the law defines it, to be able to reshare, especially where content is reshared and cascades a lot, to be able to put algorithmic dashboards which then say, look, this is reaching a level of amplification that looks dangerous. For instance, it's possible that there is a communal violence in a particular space, or there's a kind of misinformation about cyclones in some other space, and you're seeing reshared content reaching a peak. There should be a possibility for social media to have a circuit breaker. And that's vital because, and it can actually be mandated by the law, that if something seems to be an aberration of an order of magnitude that's so serious that it's extremely visible to the company. And this is very important because sometimes information sharing leads to forms of communal violence. It leads to some kind of material impacts on a place, on a space, or it can even lead to, you mentioned, context of civil war or whatever. So I think that these are possible. These are investments that companies must make, but these imaginaries are seldom, a part of policy conversations.
What you just mentioned about the messages or the information that gains huge proportions and is shared extensively. WhatsApp has introduced a feature where if a message has been forwarded beyond a certain number of times, then you cannot forward it to another group, which are good features really, because they will have a cascading effect and they can create some form of extreme violence or consequences.
I'd like to add,
I've spent a large part of my life as a journalist and then as a PR professional. And I have a huge issue with the way influencers are totally unhinged. They can do what they want, they can write what they want, and they're actually mercenary soldiers, you know. So we should actually have a system, and you know, youngsters take them very seriously. They want to dress up in a certain way because so and so did. They want to go and eat there. It's leading to a lot of angst. And a lot of PR people are looking them as great resources to get the message out, because now print is kind of on the, you know, waning. So we really need to get some sort of a system by which we can control them the way our editors used to control us, you know. We were accountable for what we wrote.
Absolutely. Yeah. You couldn't allow just any piece of news to pass muster, but that's the nature of the beast. And the more we manage to implement, regulate, the better it'll be.
Take one more and then.
Yes.
I just want to talk about the app Reddit. You must have heard about it.
Yes.
So, so on Reddit, I think you don't like post any reels or picture. You don't have to do that. You just put a simple question. You can start a conversation over there. And apart from that, you can, if I post something, and I can also regulate what sort of comments are coming from the other side. I can either that could be a meme or could be a question. So I think that platforms gives you more like, if you want to have a discussion, you can have a concrete discussion. Also, there's another thing. If I post something and that is somewhere it's not, it doesn't go well on the platform, so a lot of people will downvote it.
Yes.
So it definitely it won't popularize on the app as well. So I think that one thing about Reddit is something that makes it different from other platform, and there's no noise, extra noise on the platform as such. It's just that you simply post something and you get the, so whenever I have to verify any news, I just go on the Reddit. Be it about, recently when India-Pakistan was fighting, so about that also, if I had to verify something, I went to Reddit directly. So I think that is something that other apps also need to work on. Yeah.
Correct. And Reddit, though, was known a while back as a character assassination platform. So yeah, it may have evolved now at this point. Interesting that people can downvote, and you don't have to necessarily see conversations that make, that make no sense. Yes. Thank you. Thanks very much. It was very interesting hearing your thoughts. It's all about a two-way dialogue. It's always good to hear how the social media space will evolve, not just with collaboration between the tech companies and the government, but also with the users. So civil society coming together, users coming together. That's how we will change this space. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tanya, for sharing your insights and also for engaging with the audience to inspire them to share their creative and innovative solutions with us. We'll now move to the other side of the same coin, which is where we can continue with some of these conversations and also continue to seek these inputs from you, because the next segment that we are moving to will now focus on strengthening institutional and platform accountability. Now, we are seeing that India, as well as the global south, are increasingly emerging as front runners in developing innovations and solutions to tackle online abuse and harassment, especially those that are targeted at the most vulnerable populations. One such innovative model is Shore AI, that is built to detect and reduce online hate and abuse in vernacular and code mixed language patterns that often evade mainstream moderation. We will now invite the founder, Andrea Barua, to reflect on key challenges in reliably detecting vernacular abuse and the specific ecosystem support that would accelerate the reach and impact of such innovations at scale. By way of introduction, Aindria is a queer, indigenous, disabled artist and an AI engineer from rural Tripura in Northeast India. Their work is at the intersection of ethical artificial intelligence, art, and social justice. They founded SHORE, which was also the winner at the UNFPA and the World Summit for its intersectional feminist AI work in combating online hate speech, especially against marginalized communities in the Indian context, given significant linguistic diversity. Andrea, over to you. Dilip, can we please request some support in setting up her slides? Thank you so much.
Sure, by all means. Okay, got it. Thanks. Yeah, just get that one. You can use that. Just need to put that up. Yes.
No, it will take time because they will.
Okay, fine. I'll just talk.
Can you share this slides?
Share it. Okay.
She shared with you.
I'll just do it. Yeah. Are you okay projecting as Google Slides or do you want me to download?
Anything's
fine. Just get
have to say next, right? If I just press next, we
need to be connected. Yeah, I'll just connect I'll connect my system and then you can, yeah.
Okay.
This can also go in slideshow.
Wow, this is taking a while. Hi, everyone. I'll just start talking so that you're not bored. It has been a long day, don't you think? I think my brain is almost fried. 80% fried. I'll try to wake it up and I hope I can wake you all up too. Is it almost done? Okay. Or I can just start without the slides, it's fine.
Just get started, he'll plug it in. Yeah.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I am Oindrea Barua. I am the founder of SHORE, as has already been talked about a little bit. SHORE is an AI that detects and removes online hate speech. But it's going like this.
This works, right?
Yes.
But is it on?
Yes.
And your slides are
also.
Okay. Okay. So Sure is AI that detects and removes online hate speech and doxing from the internet, from social media, especially against marginalized communities in the Indian context and languages. It's up. Thank you. Thanks for your patience. See, we all by now know that solutions available today are not really working. In India, even if we report a lot of the hate speech does not get removed, and all we get is that it does not violate our community guidelines. And the only option we have is that we can manually put in a list of slurs, right, that we don't want to see in our comments and DMs. So that is the only solution that Meta provides right now. Now, okay. Okay. See, I keep mentioning I am queer, indigenous, from rural Tripura, with ADHD and autism. And why is it that I always try to mention these things? It is because everything that I build or go through comes from that lens, and all of these identities really affect every aspect of how I go through social media and how I see TFGBV and how I look at solutions of TFGBV. All of this started for me because I am myself an artist who used social media as a window to the world, a way to express myself when, as a child, I did not find a place that felt like mine or a world that felt like mine. And I was using art to actually try to understand even my identities when I did not have the words for them. So when that happened, I did actually get a lot of community, because for the first time, I was getting people who had similar experiences, and I quickly built a lot of following. It is not a lot in terms of like influencers, but for me it is a lot. And I did receive a lot of love and community. But with that also came the hate speech, also came the doxing. I myself started experiencing a lot of hate speech and trolling, and I was doxxed, and I went through that whole phase of panic. And uh, what happened is that that kind of pushed me to think, because I was also on the side an AI engineer who was specializing in natural language processing. I was an AI engineer at a startup. So I started to think, like, if this is a problem that I am facing myself, what is the point of all this AI and technology if it cannot help solve the very issues that I am facing as an AI engineer? So I started trying to build this tool, as Audrey uh, said, the master's tools will not dismantle the master's house. So we have to build our own tools. I built my own tool, that is Sure AI. When I started off, I thought it'll be a pretty easy thing that I'll just, look for some open source data set, and then I'll just train on it, and then I'll be done, and it'll be like a small, cool project. But none of that happened. I realized that there are no data sets that work. And that is when I just simply put out a call saying that if you are facing hate speech, then send me the links. And remember that whole community I was talking about, that happened because I was sharing art and people were connecting with it. So all of those people happened to be people of marginalized backgrounds, because those were actually the people who connected with my art or whatever I was saying. So all of those people indeed were facing some kind of hate speech and abuse and started sending me links. And soon I had lots of links, and I automated the whole process of collecting the links, automating those, and scraping all the comments in those links. And then I ended up with thousands of comments of hate speech, which were in English, code mixed format of Hindi and English. And then again, it became a community effort because with thousands of comments, there was no way that I can myself tag all of that. And then a lot of people joined in, about 45 people came in as volunteers who helped me tag all of that data. And what happened in that process is that I did not even know at that time, but what happened is that marginalized people got to decide what is hate speech to them through their lived experiences. And after a few years of being in this space, now I know that it is very important that we question who gets to decide what is hate speech. Who gets to decide on whose data are we training the AI? Because the AI will learn in the same way. You all know that Elon Musk came up with this thing that calling someone cis is hate speech. That is transphobic. So we know that solutions like this is possible, but it really depends on who is defining what is hate speech. And it has to be marginalized people for it to actually make any sense. So with Shore AI, that is what happened. A lot of people joined in, the people who actually had the lived experience of hate speech and came in to tag the data on which the AI was trained. We ended up with about 50,000 data points, which we are still continuously adding on and tagging. And we saw that there were 8 different kinds of hate speech, or 8 identities which the hate speech was targeted on. And most of that was gender and sexuality, the political inclination, the religion of the people, caste, disability, race, which we all tagged in the data set. So the AI learned to understand hate speech against 8 marginalized groups in Indian context. When we did an analysis of that, we saw that, okay, 40% of that hate speech is against gender and sexual minorities. And you should, like, you know that how we collected the hate speech was a random selection. It was not like we were looking for hate speech against women or anything, but that is how it actually showed up. And that really proves how the scene of hate speech is. And then 19% of that sexist hate speech was queerphobic. What we ended up with was a solution, an AI model that could understand hate speech in the Indian context. Today, throughout a number of panels, we have discussed what are the specific issues in our context, right? In the previous panels, we have discussed how there can be obfuscation, like just using some numbers or emojis or symbols in between your words or slurs so that the normal algorithm cannot detect it. There is code mixing, we all have already talked about, where mostly in South Asia, we have so many languages, but most of our keyboards are in English. So we end up typing whatever we are thinking into the English keyboard. So there are no fixed spellings. So a list of slurs will not work because there are no fixed spellings as well as no fixed grammar. It all depends on how people think of the words in their brain and think of how to phonetically write it in the English alphabet. And then there is disinformation based context awareness. For example, if we think of the present context, there is something going on, we all know, bulldozer Raj. Now, just saying something like, तेरे घर बुलडोजर भेजेंगे, तेरे घर JCB भेजेंगे is hate speech, even though none of these words are slurs. The word JCB is not a slur, but with the context that JCB is actually a brand of bulldozer makes it hate speech against Muslim people. Now that is present day context. And then there is also historical context. For example, a slur against Dalit people is calling them a rice bag by historical context, that they say that they converted to Christianity because they were given a bag of rice. Now, rice and bag are not slurs, but if we know the historical context, then it becomes a slur. So this kind of abuse Shore is able to understand. And then there is intersectionality. Who are we collecting our data from? The severity of hate speech changes, or the language use changes based on who the hate speech is towards. For example, a Muslim person gets hate speech, but a Muslim lesbian gets even more hate speech. The severity and the language changes accordingly. And all of that context we were able to understand and train the AI model to understand because we were training on a specific kind of data that was specifically from the marginalized people. And we are not based on any kinds of list of slurs because, as I said, like, easily people can obfuscate those things or change the spellings or have, like, abusers have so many creative ways of saying the things that there's no way that we can make a list. Now we understand that, okay, we have this model and we have this AI model that can detect all of this. Now what about the implementation? So the first thing that we thought of was, okay, an easy way to go for it would be a UI based solution where you can download an app on your phone and it will just hide everything that is hate speech that is on your screen. But that solution does not really work because it will only happen on your screen. And if you're seeing Instagram on your phone as well as on your laptop, the two screens are different, then it will only work on the screen where you have that UI based app. And also, it does not really remove hate speech at all. It does not hold the abuser accountable and puts the onus of just hiding the hate speech on the user or the victim themselves. And that kind of model would not work, which is why we thought of doing an API that is a third-party content moderation API that can be integrated into any platform that is ready to apply that kind of a solution. And the API can read everything that is getting posted on the platform with the average response time of 600 milliseconds. And then what you do with the hate speech is completely customizable by the app. If you want to hide it, if you want to ban the user, if you want to delete the comment, if you want to give a warning to the users, everything becomes possible because it is integrated into the platform, and then we have more power over the abuser to really hold them accountable. Now it feels like, okay, oh my God, this is like, okay, the ultimate solution, but why is it still not working, right? See, most platforms are not ready to take something like this, right? And here is where I would like to open it for discussion. We have built APIs which can integrate into Reddit and Discord because those are places where it is easy to integrate different kinds of APIs or bots. Blue Sky is also a place where stackable moderation is available as an option. So Blue Sky basically actually understands that a one size fits all kind of solution is not going to work in various contexts. One company sitting in a global north country cannot decide what is hate speech to us in our language and different contexts and regions. So how can Meta have one set of guidelines and be like, okay, this doesn't go against our guidelines? That is never going to work, right? Blue Sky does understand that, and we are building an integration for Blue Sky. But the problem is that there are no Indian users on Blue Sky. Now, again, why is that? That is because no matter how much we say that something is safer, people will stay where people are, where entertainment is. And these apps, which we call evil, are actually the ones which are built addictive by design. Now, if you want to build something that is not evil, it will not be addictive by design, and people will then not want to move. So it's a whole circle of problem. So the question here, I think I want you all to think is, how do we really push platforms to be accountable? From your varied experiences, what do you think would incentivize these capitalist platforms to really care and move towards decentralized moderation?
Okay, you want to come in? No, that's okay.
We can just, there is.
Thank you. I think building prototypes is hard. It's a wonderful feminist dream. And so having reached here is a great accomplishment, and therefore congratulations. I really want to draw attention to the previous panel, which is about responding to TFGBV, where we had some of the bigger platforms and also others. And what comes back to me, and this is of course part of what I've been listening to for about 7, 8 years in many of these policy discussions, is that there has to be a distinction between what is essentially located in the cyber and what is cyber enabled. It's this kind of hair splitting, definitional hair splitting. And the argument that if there is intimacy and adolescents, seek intimacy, and there is a platform, then you have to be very clear that intimacy came before the platform. Now, I really find this a very, very limiting logic, because it really doesn't matter whether the chat came before intimacy or intimacy came before chat, because the two are so webbed. And this idea that something is actually, cyber dependent and something is cyber enabled, I find this hair splitting very, very self-serving for patriarchy. And I really feel that it's like the tobacco industry, right? And it's like it's almost like that you will have motivated research, people undertaking motivated research just to show why an average consumption, this is not at all being judgmental about anything. I'm just talking about the industry. You'll say it is not, and it would take 50, 60, 70 years actually for a country to ban smoking altogether. So there is obviously in some Scandinavian country, in 3 years, smoking is entirely banned. I want us to really think through this idea that viral media and amplification, because I had this wonderful conversation with the head of safety in Meta, with Cindy. And this entire idea is, if society is so toxic, then media will be toxic. Now, the point is not that. The point is that the architecture of society is being aided by this thing called algorithms, which is why feminists like you dare to dream of changing that architecture, right? But there are no takers. And this is why, I didn't even think there would be a point to ask them inside Google, inside Snapchat, occasionally at the lunch table, do you guys have this conversation? Kya yaar? Is this all needed? So this kind of viral mass media of capture and attention economy, I think we really need to question it, not because we are, conservative feminists or backward, or, it's not any of that. It's really, I think there's a huge opportunity cost and cognitive abilities. Stanford is putting out study after study showing, MIT is putting it out, that cognitive abilities are going down, and that is a reality.
Thank you so much. Hello? Push it up. Is it working now? Yeah, it is. Thank you so much for that superb presentation. I'm honestly also very sorry there are more people in the room to see this. Also, just like, sort of, not that any of us have a solution to the problem, but I did want to pick up another thread to this, something as an implementation organization, as an organization that works with grassroots, and as an organization that works on a lot of media campaigns, right? And we constantly discuss this. And I remember in the last panel, again, there was this question of value metrics. Unfortunately, a lot of the time, and this also goes back because I'm essentially a researcher, so I keep going back to the question of evidence. We are constantly thinking and imagining programs that engage men, for example, right? And you want to sort of make a dent on your larger manosphere, but you are essentially operating within the same realm of how a content works, right? So you essentially, if your content is successful only if it's viral a certain way, if it's shared number of times, and unfortunately, when you do content or when we design programs that is in itself so non-conformist, it's not going to happen, right? And it's never going to happen, and there's no going to be. And the point that you mentioned about how and there's a lot of I was reading up on this, like even in terms of how you edit your videos, there's also something around which is completely geared towards how people retain, like, so there's a retention editing mechanism, and these are all. So then there is also a larger question, and then which organically links back to the point of market. How do we even then is there any way we can exercise pressure on these organizations? And it's also, unfortunately, thank you so much that you're the only person remaining from that panel, but I don't know. So even I think for organizations that work on programs, and this is something again tied to the question of donors, because you're constantly having to go back and say that your campaign has succeeded, but your success metrics is only defined in a certain way, and there's no way we can. And also going back to the idea that it's always very linear linkages, that people want very linear linkages. So I'll just stop there. But thank you so much for this great presentation.
Priya. Okay. I do have some thoughts about these. Thank you for your inputs. You know how you were talking about smoking and why does the country not just ban smoking when it's so bad? I think all of it boils down to money. Because when COVID happened and all the businesses stopped, the first business that the government started again was that you can buy cigarettes and alcohol again, because that is where the most tax and most money comes from, right? So this question, I think, is very much about the capitalist environment that we are in. And to also answer your question, it may not be a perfect answer, but I do think what we really need to do is, as civil society, have more research on how these platforms will lose if they don't care about us, you know? And I think we should stop believing that they are going to do it for ethical reasons and actually do research on how it can financially cause them loss. The Palestine's BDS is an example of that. A lot of companies stopped working with funding the genocide because the people stopped buying from them or banning, boycotting them. I think that is something that needs to be our push. That actually, if we really think about it, it's not just social media. Hate speech also happens in, or TFGBV basically happens in a lot of places like gaming platforms and dating apps. And we can really show that people really do leave Tinder or Bumble because of the hate speech or because of the kind of abuse they receive. And that actually can be a capitalist or financial loss to them, which may actually incentivize them to, actually push for something better or a decentralized moderation. I do have a little bit more. Do I have some time?
In the interest of time, we can retain conversation for later. We have one more segment to get through.
Okay, I'll just take 1 minute.
Certainly.
2 minutes. Okay. I really just wanted to talk about one more thing, that is that after I built all of that, I realized that our research or a lot of the technical things we do, people don't really get to understand them. The people who actually get affected by these things do not understand or find those things accessible. So I use art to talk about those things. And also I built this group called Shore Grassroots Innovators Community, which is a support group and resource sharing for marginalized folks building tech solutions to TFGBV. And I did this because one thing I realized from this whole practice or the whole journey of Shore is that marginalized communities are not incapable of building their own solutions. We actually do hold all of the knowledge because we are the ones actually going through it. We do not need 2 years of research just to define what TFGB is. We already know because we're going through it. And it is not some solution that we build out of empathy, but because that is our only way of survival. Then why is it that in a room like this, where most people, if you look at here, are able-bodied, cisgender men and women who come from a certain background of privilege? Why is it that though theoretically we keep talking about inclusion, human in the loop and whatnot, I don't even know all that jargon, but like we know theoretically that all of that is necessary, that we need to have grassroots people in the discussion, but we do not really have them in the table with us even now after so many years of discussion. Why is that? And I just want to take 1 minute for you to just pause a bit and think. If we are sitting here today, we have some kind of privilege. What is it that what will take for civil society and people of privilege to really pass the mic as well as resources? What is it that will actually, make us mm, take the theory to actual practice? That is all I want to say. Just 1 minute, just pause for a bit. You can write if you're thinking of something. Just take a moment. Like, I just really want to push this thought, just invite this reflection. This was just a moment of self-reflection. I'm not going to force anyone to share anything out of it, but thank you so much for entertaining me and taking time and listening to me. And if you want to connect anywhere, I'm always available. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Andrea. Very thought-provoking and inspiring, as always. I completely agree with Manjush. I think it's a real pity that we spend the first half of the day today. I was exchanging messages with my colleagues about needing more chairs in the room. We're running out of chairs. Panelists are not in yet. And by the end of the day, we are seeing, unfortunately, many people had to leave because of other commitments. And we've also made a mental note to ourselves that particularly on Fridays, no panel of ours should go beyond 3 p.m. So with that learning, I think we will plan future discussions. And it is really a pity that a session as important as this, where we've covered some very critical elements, we couldn't have more people with us in the room. But for those of us who are here and have shared some very insightful, very thought-provoking bites on to respond to what our speakers have said, I request you to now join us for the last segment. And this is something I think that really holds everything together. A lot of things that we've spoken about in terms of user rights, in terms of institutional accountability, in terms of larger factors that are at play to pin responsibility or liability. So what we're going to discuss now is how we strengthen the policy and regulatory framework around TFGBV. And this is a particularly critical time because we are seeing that India's legal framework is rapidly evolving to respond to it. We discussed earlier today that while the IT Act is a product of over 25 years ago, we have some elements that are currently codified in the BNS. We have the Digital Data Protection Act now. Rules under the Act were recently announced. And we also have the new India AI governance guidelines. So as a space, this is rapidly evolving. I think all of us as practitioners are also trying to keep up. But to speak to us about what is working well currently in terms of how the space regulates user rights and platform accountability, and what really needs to shift to ensure safer digital futures, we have with us Ms. Pallavi Sondhi from Ikigai Law. Pallavi is a technology, media, and IP lawyer with Ikigai Law, which is a tech-specialized law firm. She works with leading technology companies, emerging businesses, and industry associations on a wide variety of issues, including platform governance, data protection and privacy laws, content regulation, and emerging technologies such as AI. Thank you so much for joining us today, Pallavi, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. And I know it's been a very, very long day and we all want to wrap up soon and start our Friday evening. So I will try and keep this as concise as possible. Though I'm a lawyer and I work at a law firm, so my Friday evening is Saturday morning. But nevertheless, right? I'll start actually on a somber note, as I often do when I talk about these such issues, which are with some stats. 1 in 3 Indian women have faced some form of online abuse, right? India, of course, ranks amongst one of the top countries for online misogyny. There's one report that finds that 38% of women have had some personal experience of online violence, and 85% of women have witnessed digital violence against other women online. And this is when we know that the data is lacking, right? So I'm sure that the actual reality is far more disturbing. And if I did a show of hands right now, I know that I will hear about many personal experiences of actually having faced it or having somebody or having seeing somebody face it. So what really is happening, right? And as a lawyer, I'm here to talk about what the regulatory frameworks are, how are the policy frameworks evolving, and as Kalpana put it, where do we actually pin blame, right? So I'm the bad guy. You pin the blame on what is really happening with our legal frameworks, right? Are they lacking? Is the law playing catch up with the tech? So essentially, it's not like the provisions don't exist. And I'm here to I'll discuss those provisions as well. We do have some traditional connotations, some provisions in our existing law that can encapsulate and deal with some of these emerging harms. We, of course, have the IT Act, right, which regulates all kinds of digital platforms. It will prohibit activities such as violation of privacy, which is any kind of capturing or transmitting images, private images without a person's consent, and this can cover activities like non-consensual intimate image sharing, secret recording in private spaces, image-based sexual violence. We also have prohibitions for identity theft and impersonation using computer resources, again, to cover activities like hacking and impersonation, fake profiles, sextortion traps. That's a new one I learned recently. We have provisions for obscenity, for sexually explicit content, for CSAM, to cover minors as well. We have the IT rules, which essentially put due diligence obligations and really set expectations for all the Metas and Googles of the world on how their content moderation needs to work, how their trust and safety practices need to work. And they have obligations like, building your community guidelines, your user terms. They have active takedown obligations. They have heightened obligations when a particular content relates to nudity or sexually explicit content. Just to give you an example, there are obligations that if you report a grievance or a complaint to, let's say, a Meta or Google, the normal TAT for that would be 15 days, but in certain serious cases, it's 72 hours. And in even egregious cases, like I said, for nudity and sexually explicit content, the TAT is actually 24 hours. So the law actually tells you that if you report any kind of nudity, sexually explicit content, or let's say a meta, the tat for that is that they must take it down within 24 hours. The law also actually expects your larger platforms, what we call the significant social media intermediaries who have a certain number of users, to deploy automated technology-based measures, right? Automated filters to essentially identify and remove such type of content. There was a recent amendment to our IT rules which specifically deals with deepfakes, and it broadly requires two things. Any kind of synthetically generated content, any kind of AI generated content must now be labeled. It must be watermarked with some sort of label or some sort of metadata. And when you're uploading such kind of content on social media, you must declare that it's AI generated, and then the social media must also verify this declaration. So I don't know if you have seen this already happen on Instagram. It asks when you're posting a picture, it'll ask you if you want to add an AI label. Right now, it's of course voluntary because the law is not in effect yet. But eventually, once that law does come into effect, the expectation is that any kind of synthetically generated information will be labeled. It'll be watermarked, conspicuously, not hidden, somewhere in the background. And users will really be able to detect and identify that this is synthetic content. Of course, we have other laws as well. We have our criminal procedure codes, we have the POSH Act, we have our new data law, which of course is a horizontal legislation. It applies across the board in all sectors. But what it does is it deals with some form of invasion of privacy for threats like doxing, some hacking. It's meant to cover instances like that when there is invasion of your privacy and breach of your privacy. So, like, this discussion essentially feels like, oh, so the law is already there. So if the law is already there, then what really is happening? Why are these stats so scary, right? Because there are avenues you can go actually file a complaint. You can file an FIR, to a cybercrime unit. You have online cybercrime portals. You have something called the National Cybercrime Reporting Portal, which is operated by the MHA and run by the Indian Cybercrime Coordination Center. So you have these portals, but what's really not working, right? There are a myriad of reasons why the law is still playing catch up with the tech. One is, of course, that the existing traditional connotations don't really capture the digital dimension of these new and emerging crimes, right? Somebody spoke about this hair splitting of cyber-enabled crimes and cyber-assisted crimes. And when we get lost into, these sort of these conversations, ultimately what happens is that more often than not, your emerging crimes are you're not able to encapsulate that in the traditional definitions in the law that we have, right? Indian law is not able to distinguish these kind of emerging harms. Law enforcement agencies or courts are not able to apply the traditional law to these novel behaviors. And what it ultimately leads to is under enforcement, right? And a lot of offenses either slip through the cracks or get charged with lesser offenses. That's really one of the key fundamental problems. And there is a conscious effort to be working towards that. The AI governance guidelines that recently came out acknowledge this specifically. They say that AI has really sort of perpetrated and sort of aggravated a lot of harms that already exist. There needs to be a relook at our laws. There needs to be a relook at our IT Act, our IT rules, and see where we are lacking. And there needs to be targeted amendments. The synthetic amendments are one such example. But the government is working towards more such. And the idea is to, while not have a horizontal AI law like the EU, but have some sort of targeted interventions to deal with AI-related harm specifically, right? The second, of course, and this is something that we've all spoken about, is that while the law exists in certain places, it's the enforcement and the implementation where the problem really exists, right? The on-ground implementation is weak and systems are very slow to respond, and they're fragmented and they're often ineffective, right? Your cybercrime police units are the under-resourced or they're under-trained. They don't have the basic tech to contain the harm, right? And for anybody who's actually faced this or has seen this in person, once there's something on the internet, it's very it's going to be there forever, very difficult to trace, very difficult to sort of track and then remove. It's almost like a hydra-headed beast. You take down one post or you delete one post and it'll come up in 1,000 other places. And our forensic teams or cybercrime teams are just simply not equipped to deal with that kind of rampant problem, right? And so there is really a need to sort of equip them better. The problem of anonymous perpetrators, of a lot of abusers being able to use online platforms without really any user verification. That really also impacts the ability of law enforcement agencies to identify these perpetrators. The other is your digital divide, and we spoke about the fact that the fact that all of us are in this room speaking about this means that we have some kind of privilege. But there's, of course, a plethora, and there's just vast, segment that often gets overlooked, that just doesn't have access to digital literacy, to these digital forward reporting mechanisms, and which is why it really limits their ability to actually, come forward, seek private counsel, really, and be able to come forward and tell their stories. And the other bit that, and we spoke about this in the previous session, is that a lot of our content moderation systems, especially of these global companies, are not able to pick up contextual, local subcontext, not able to pick up, slurs, language in modified languages like English, right? And a lot of gendered abuse is actually centered in these vernacular scripts and in mixed language formats, right? So there is a need, and something like Shore is actually a great example of what we need to be able to train our AI models to pick up on these contexts. And like we discussed, that while Shore is one sort of initiative, we need to amplify it. We need takers for it. We need to sort of incentivize it with more third-party funding so that these sort of platforms actually integrate such kind of content moderation within their sort of systems. And really, the other issue is that this is not a singular problem. This is something that requires participation from government, from civil society, and of course from the users as well. It is something that will need a multi-pronged sort of collaborative approach, right? And which is why I wanted to sort of end with certain recommendations, but also would love to hear from you, you guys, open the room on what really are your experiences while using any kind of sort of social media platform, online platform, and what is it that you would expect, from the law. I do have, some sort of recommendations, but I would also love to hear from you, you guys. Yeah.
Perhaps you want to share yours?
Yes,
to
and maybe
give some food for thought, yeah.
Yeah, and please feel free to comment on them, right? And this is something that we've increasingly seen, that all of this is a more reactive approach, right? And there needs to be a paradigm shift here, and we need to go from being reactive to being more preventative. And this really means, investing in your education programs, in your awareness, in your empowerment initiatives. You have embedding modules in online safety, in consent, in digital etiquette, right from the schools and from the college curriculum, right? Especially during that formative years of children. You have support initiatives that really empower women with knowledge about how to use social media safely, about privacy settings, about reporting tools, about cyber self-defense, right? And and this is where the government and platforms come together to sort of having, mass campaigns on cyber etiquettes and, dealing with talking about consequences of cyberbullying and harassment, and really platforms really thinking about safety by design, which is essentially when you're building tech products and you're building your platforms and your systems, you really think about safety right from the get-go, and not something that comes in later. The other interesting bit is the right to be forgotten, which I'm not sure if everybody has sort of, you know, um, dealt with, which is essentially goes back to the thought that once your name is there on the internet, it's very, very difficult to sort of, remove yourself from it or remove yourself from that narrative. Increasingly, we are seeing that a lot of people are approaching courts and saying that, look, I was, charged with this offense, which is why my name is in this FIR or my name is in this court decision. But then all charges were dropped, and now my name should be removed. Or I was involved in this. I was the victim of a particular sort of offense, and my name was associated with it, and I would like my name to be removed. So this is really people exercising their right to be forgotten, which is that I want to remove my name and sort of be not have my details be associated with certain kinds of conduct. And courts, we can see, are increasingly recognizing this right to be forgotten within what we called our right to privacy, which is a fundamental right in India. But it's not a statutory right. But what that means is that it's not given to us by a statute. It's not there in any law. But you approach court and you sort of exercise it against the state, and you say, exercise my right to be forgotten under the fundamental right. So there is a need to sort of give statutory recognition to this right to be forgotten also, so that essentially people who want to sort of be removed from these narratives in the online context are able to exercise that. The other aspect is survivor-centric law enforcement and support. We've increasingly seen that your law enforcement agencies, while dealing with victims and with dealing with sort of these cases, just don't have the adequate training on how to collect digital evidence, how to treat survivors with dignity, how to sort of stop the sort of abuse and the harm spreading, right? So here is where your training and your protocols really come in, and they need to sort of adopt a survivor-centric approach. And this needs to be done across your police, your law enforcement, prosecutors, judges, everybody who's regularly dealing with such cases, on sort of this, how to really deal with survivors of such kind of cases. And this can only be sort of inculcated when we have some kind of sensitivity training right from the get-go, right? And of course, the sort of end to all of this is that we can have as many legal frameworks in place, and we can have legal requirements, and we can also deter platforms with hefty fines. But like we discussed, sometimes hefty fines are just a speeding ticket for a lot of for a lot of platforms. And what we really need to do is have a collaborative approach, and instead of it being more reactive, it needs to be built into the design of these tech platforms. Yeah, I'll pause here, and I would like to open up the floor on, because I'm a tech lawyer advising a lot of these companies building these platforms, and what really you would like, in terms of features, in terms of what you think the law should shape and the policy should shape. Yeah, and just if you can introduce yourself and the kind of work also you've been doing, that'd be great. Thank you. Nobody has suggestions for the law? Yes.
Yes. Yeah, just to reiterate some of the points that came up earlier. One is that even though there are laws right now, they're not agency-based, and the harm is described in completely different terms to society at large rather than the survivor. And the second thing is, I think tech law needs to match with other movements happening, like, for instance, criminal reform, and larger debates about whether criminalization is an answer at all, instead of just looking at it as a legal response to decide what level of legal response. Is it criminal? Is it just financial? And so on. So yeah, to be tuned into the larger movements around other reforms in order to make this more responsive.
Right. No, I completely agree. And which is why I think we are increasingly seeing a lot of empirical based approach to tech law and policy making, right? Which is not really because criminalization, like you said, is actually the easiest answer for the lawmaker. But does it actually work in practice? We don't, there's no 100% guarantee. So really getting research into place, having a more empirical based sort of approach that's more collaborative, that's more driven by community participation as well, is something that's needed. And I do feel like there's a conscious effort, at least in, let's say, the IT ministry that regularly deals with such issues, that just criminalizing something or just having provisions for something is not working. So there's that conscious thought, but of course, there's so much more to be done. Even if you have any questions, I'll be happy to take them.
I had a couple of comments. I think that at some level, talking about individual education, while it's very significant, and knowing what you're getting into, also some of the presentations in the morning about, well, if you've gotten into a scam, then obviously you need to know that there are scamsters and the cyberspace is full of these traps. I think that, as well as this approach about the right to be forgotten, seem to me, and not only me, but many other experts, very individualistic. Because not everyone has the resource to go to the court and say, look, I want to exercise my right to be forgotten and fight the big companies. That seems to me a non starter and an improbability from the get go, because it's really not feasible for victims who want a very small thing, right? They just want content taken down. It's a small ask. And then to think that for that I would go to the court, and many times, where are the resources, etc. So I want to say that there is an entirely different kind of body of knowledge, entirely different body of knowledge based on evidence, theory, etc., that's arguing that at the center of all of this is privatized governance. And enough evidence shows that voluntary standards, including the Christchurch call, etc., are not going to help. What this brings me to is there are two very important points from European Union law that we have to take. The first is the European Union Directive on Violence Against Women, which makes gender-based hate a ground of offense. In India, gender is not recognized as a ground for hate speech. Whereas in the European Union's Directive on Violence, gender is recognized as a ground for hate speech. That's very important because it's a kind of a constitutional recognition of discrimination. So that's one thing. The second I want to share is, again, the European Union's approach to AI regulation. So when you tinker with intermediary liability, which is not intended to tinker with algorithms, then you're getting into this kind of a pipeline that's just getting increasingly constricted. You will not come out on the other side. So what you need to do is have an independent AI law, exactly like the European Union's AI Act, which doesn't talk about labeling, metadata, things that were talked about by that panel in terms of watermarks. Those are temporary solutions because there is research from the technical community that shows you that watermarks can be easily removed. So what the AI Act in the European Union says is you actually have to have a due diligence process by having proper documentation, precautionary approaches, making an assessment of what this AI is doing, harms-based testing, independent audits. It has a set of things which shows that anybody, whether it's Uber or social media platforms or any other company in the market, using AI has to go through a life cycle approach. So to the extent that India does not have it, we are trying to introduce it from the side and all of that into other legislations. I just want to pause here to say a comprehensive approach to algorithmic regulation and AI is necessary because TFGBV and algorithms is one part of the problem. The problem exists, and I would really like us to learn from the kind of social movements and the labor movement that has taken very big giants to court, like Uber, right? So I don't want to individualize the problem. I would like to also say that there are structural solutions, and structural solutions require us to think about how to contain this kind of greed for hyper profits, right? This kind of profit maximization. Thanks.
No, I think completely agree. And this was one of the things that I spoke about also, that digital divide and digital illiteracy is very much a reality, and it can't, the solution can't be at an individual level. Two things I would like to touch upon that you mentioned. One was on hate speech on the basis of gender. While our criminal laws don't really sort of put it down, pen it down on gender, but our IT rules actually do have a provision, and I hate to sound like a lawyer, but the IT rules do have a provision that say that if the content is offensive on the basis of gender, then it is unlawful content. And what that gives you is a right to go to the platform, complain, and they are actually obligated to sort of respond to you, take down that content if it affects their terms of use, community guidelines, it affects the law. And they also are obligated to take their own measures to ensure that this kind of content doesn't surface. So the obligation is, of course, there. It's really a question of how incentivized they are, and what really are the content moderation systems that they're using. Are they working? Are they working for India? But that intent to sort of pen it down to gender does exist in our IT rules. And on the AI law, dedicated AI law for India, the Indian government has sort of gone back and forth on this for many years, and it was a very conscious effort to not go down the EU route. The EU took a very distinct route very early on to sort of have a horizontal legislation covering AI, and that sort of they've also suffered because of that. So there's really no good answer. But our government and our IT ministry and sort of other government agencies as well have, after a lot of deliberation and thought, decided that India is at that cusp where we don't want to over-regulate horizontally. We are conscious of the fact that AI has risks, gender-based violence being one of them, but of course many other risks. And let's have targeted interventions. Of course, things like the watermarking or labeling, there will always be circumvention of such measures, but then the response should be, and this is again something that the government has been working on, is that okay, if watermarking right now the tech is such that it can be circumvented, let's fund research into measures that are stronger and are more robust. So yeah, I just having a horizontal AI law may not be sort of, it's probably like putting a band-aid on a bullet wound. But yeah, I'll pause here.
Hi, I'm Shohini, and I'm from Point of View. I just wanted to take the right to be forgotten and just going off of what Anita said, that there's an inevitability or this perception that tech is inevitable and therefore we have to respond to it. And digital inclusion is the only way forward. And all policies, practices from there go from there onwards. And I don't necessarily know if this is like a legal thing. I think this is more policy, perception, practice, norms type of thing, that while in exclusion shouldn't happen, digital exclusion shouldn't happen, the inevitability forces us to stay within the frameworks of what currently exists. So we are always responding to, okay, the AI is here, it is the way it is. So now we have to respond to it in that way, and policies have to be in that way, and standards have to be in that way, without rethinking that there can be another framework. If we don't treat tech as completely inevitable, then the policies, the legislation that we think about in relation to technology can therefore be more fundamentally changed.
Right. And so then I think responding to, your thought, it's really a balance of how paternalistic the state or the country wants to be when, there's new tech which is involved, right? Like you said, we are more reactive to new tech, that okay, now this tech is here. Instead of completely outlawing it or banning it, somebody gave the tobacco example, let's regulate it better. I think it's also backed by research and the understanding that regulating something within the contours and guardrails of the law is better than completely outlawing something, because then that's sort of a free for all environment, and you have multiple theories of arguments, maybe for something like legal sex work, right? And you have those arguments on whether you should completely outlaw something and let it sort of just be a free for all, no sort of market forces governing it, or sort of regulate it. But really, it's a question of how paternalistic the state wants to be in these decisions. Yeah.
I'm sure that we're running out of time, but I'll just quickly park it here. I'm audible. So, I mean, the right to be forgotten bit is critical, and I mean, like even like the report that we did in terms of survivor narrative, it keeps coming, and definitely the onus can't be on the survivor, right? It survivor after survivor tells us that they can't. I mean, the people we spoke with, they said they spend considerable amount of time googling and checking, and it shouldn't ideally be on them. And there's some like few and far between judgments. For example, there was an Odisha High Court judgment which was really interesting and very positive and progressive, but. I had a point in terms of the lacuna in terms of the law, specifically around gendered violence. I mean, I know it's a slightly contentious issue with Section 66A, which is essentially explicitly what deals with under IT Act, which explicitly deals with it, right? It was scrapped. It was scrapped for how ambiguous the word objectionable is, right? And now we know, along with the deepfake deliberations, there's also deliberation to bring back the idea of what is obscenity. And again, we are running into the same issues that, so I was curious to know, in terms, like I know you also represent a law firm, what are the kind of consultations that are happening around this? Because obviously this is supposed to address a specific kind of violation, and it often doesn't, right? So I'm just curious to know your thoughts on this. Thanks.
Of course, I think that's a great question. It's interesting that you mentioned 66A, which was struck down by our Supreme Court for just being a prohibition which was very, very vague and broad, because it said that anything on the internet which is offensive and causes annoyance must be penalized, and it actually got two teenagers or two very young girls into trouble when they were just commenting upon a politician's death on social media, and there was an FIR against them, and that really went up to the court, and the court said this is an absolute mockery of our right to free speech, and that's why it got struck down. And we can see some of these conversations still happening when, during these consultations of these new amendments, including the synthetic data amendments, which is that how do you strike a balance between, of course, effective regulation, but things like free speech, right? Even the amendments about AI-generated content, which have, they're being deliberated upon right now. Right now, one of the sort of concerns is that it's very broad. It sort of brings all AI content or all synthetic content under its ambit. It doesn't peg it to any kind of harm, which is actually what the law is seeking to solve for. So one of the sort of concerns or pushbacks is that it has to be pegged to a harms-based approach or a risk-based approach instead of really regulating all kinds of AI-generated content. There are pros and cons to both, and I wouldn't like to take sides, but the idea being that the consultations revolve around how do you really balance regulation, but also allow people to sort of put out content, because ultimately it's going to regulate your AI companies, it's going to regulate digital editing platforms, which provide technology to be able to create this kind of content, right? And I know we spoke about the fact that, okay, these kind of companies, big bad, the big bad tech platforms, and they must be regulated. But we often forget that they're often, AI startups and these smaller tech companies as well, right? Who are building solutions for India, building solutions for language, for agriculture, for health, for education. And they also come into the ambit of the law when you have such hard pressed regulation. And then it may be it's a different conversation when you're talking about whether these compliances can be met by smaller companies. Do they have the tech and the resources to watermark and label everything that they're producing? So that balancing act is difficult, but it must be done.
Thank you so much, Pallavi, for those insights. I think with this, we'll officially close. We won't try to do a closing or a summary. All of you in the room were well engaged. I think your commitment to the issue, not that there is any question to it, but the fact that you stuck with us until post 5 p.m. on a Friday evening, thank you so much. We really, really appreciate your time, your insights, your expertise, and your knowledge that you shared with us today. We'll try and do some documentation of some actionable recommendations and insights that emerged from all of you. And we'll be sure to share that with you in the next couple of weeks. We hope to remain connected with this group for discussions that emerge in this very critical space and look forward to such exchanges in the future as well. Once again, thank you so much for joining us today, and we'll be in touch. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
कुछ